Low key, niggas hating cause they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we don't eat.
Good morning, members of the jury. Welcome back, everyone. Have a seat. We are ready to proceed. Before we get going, though, I'm just going to ask again. I'm going to ask this every morning. Did anybody watch, read, or listen to any news accounts or social media posts about this case, or do any independent research about this case, or speak with anyone about this case? All right. Okay. I don't see any hands. So, all right. I have the initial set of preliminary instructions to read to you all, and they are as follows. Members of the jury. You have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. This is a criminal case. Defendant Isaiah Chance is charged with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder and 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. Defendant Sean Gathright is charged with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder, 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree premeditated murder, and 1 count of tampering with evidence. Defendant Rashad Murphy is charged with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder, 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder, and 3 counts of attempted first-degree premeditated murder. Defendant Davion Murphy is charged with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder, 1 count of conspiracy to commit premeditated murder, and 3 counts of attempted first-degree premeditated murder. The definition of these crimes will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendants in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say, however, is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be introduced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. Following the closing arguments of the attorneys, I will conclude with the final instructions. After the final instructions are given, you will retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law that I give you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. Jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. You may not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity that our judicial system promises. You are also not permitted to communicate about the case with anyone, including your spouse, family members, friends, neighbors, and even your fellow jurors. No communication includes no in-person, telephonic, or electronic communication, such as emailing, text messaging, posting information on social media or a website, or any other form of communication. During the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. It is important to remember that the prohibition on communicating about this case applies during these recesses, whether you're in the courthouse or elsewhere. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing the case in your presence, leave that situation at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiffs who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand does not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. All right, finally, if you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to each of you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and a pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take those notes with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiffs will destroy your notes. No one, including myself, will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Okay, very good. State, are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, can we confirm all monitors are on that the jurors have?
Are your monitors all on? Okay, very good.
Wait a minute, Your Honor, we have a question.
I run my phone.
You're fine. You can have
I
your
cut
phone.
it
It just
off.
has to be turned off.
I just turned it off. If
Okay.
you want to take it back,
Sure.
it's great.
Thank you. Okay, state, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your
And defense, ready to proceed? Okay, very good. You may proceed with your opening statement.
Honor. Police court, counsels. It was his birthday. He was here in Tampa for his birthday, celebrating his birthday, celebrating with friends, well-wishers. He had traveled here to this city, to Tampa, to celebrate. And what could not have been in his mind in those early morning hours while he was out celebrating his birthday was that he was being watched. He was being followed. He was being stalked by a group of conspirators. He could not have known that he was living the last moments of his 26 years, just barely 26 years, breathing the last breaths of his 26 years of life. These conspirators had planned and were now executing a very premeditated plot that had been hatched days, weeks before this day. A plot hatched between them with every one of their collective evil intentions directed into one purpose, directed into one common goal: the premeditated murder of Charles Jones. This group's collective hatred and animosity drove this conspiracy, a conspiracy amongst all of them, an evil, the evidence will show, and wicked conspiracy. And now, all of their planning, all of their advanced coordination would come to fruition. Charles Jones would only see his killers briefly, maybe for seconds, or maybe even a split second, the evidence will show, as they rapidly closed in on him, dressed from head to toe in all black, like ninjas, the evidence will show, coming out of the dark. Wearing disguises that they had brought with them, disguises to hide their identities from the ever-present and ubiquitous cameras that permeate our communities. And sitting in the front seat of his Dodge Charger, their plan came perfectly together. He was now the perfect target, caught completely and entirely off guard as these gunmen appeared seemingly out of nowhere. An ambush that these four defendants that sit before you in this courtroom had organized carefully and intended, now being orchestrated perfectly and with precision that permeated their planning and their attention to detail. Unable to run, unable to dive, basically caged in the front seat of that Dodge Charger, Charles Jones was a sitting duck. The evidence will show these conspirators didn't hesitate, not for one moment and not for 1 second. With coordinated precision, they ran to their respective firing positions and then unleashed a hellish onslaught, effecting a precisely coordinated violence of action, sending a barrage, a wall of hot lead, crashing into the only barriers between them and Charles Jones, the only barriers that separated his life from his death. And those barriers were absolutely no match. No match for the high-powered 5.56 NATO and 300 Blackout high-powered rifle rounds, each of which was traveling at thousands of feet per second, each round carrying with it over 1,200 foot-pounds of lethal energy directed specifically at Charles Jones. A Glock 9mm handgun was being utilized by one of these conspirators, but not the way that it was designed, not as a semi-automatic handgun where you get a single bullet with a single trigger pull. No, this Glock had been converted into a fully automatic hand cannon, and now it was running wide open, fully automatic, depositing over 30 rounds out of its extended magazine into the hood and into the windshield of that Dodge Charger. All of this gunfire filling the early morning darkness with booming concussions and flaming explosive muzzle flashes. And as these high-pressured, high-powered rounds filled the atmosphere around the front of that Dodge Charger, Charles Jones sat there, unable to move or do anything fast enough to evade them. Charles Jones, a name and an indictment, and now you see him. will be clear to all of you in the state's evidence that this conspiracy hatched not minutes, not hours, but days and weeks before this date, before this murder. A conspiracy formulated in the hearts and minds of these four defendants with one common agreed upon goal: death, murder, and violence. A conspiracy that began days before, hundreds of miles away from Tampa. A conspiracy that would span through several days, over 500 miles of travel. A conspiracy that involved reservations being made, disguises selected, gear being obtained, weapons being selected, manipulated, loaded, and made ready. Transportation was obtained, vehicles with specific purposes, and a plot that required advanced planning and logistics to include housing, communications, and transport would materialize and become reality, a criminal, murderous operation. These conspirators traveling from the northeast corner of this state all the way here to Tampa, following their target, conspiring to murder Charles Jones, the evidence will show, not in his hometown, but here in Tampa, where his guard would be down while he was celebrating his birthday. You will see in this evidence the clock-like precision of these conspirators as they work together as a team. The conspirators: Isaiah Chance, also known as Gutta Zay, Gutta Man, Gutta, and Mr. Rich Off War. Sean Gathright, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy, also known as Ghost or Ghost 187. There was a fifth participant that night, Alicia Andrews, who was Mr. Chance's, defendant Isaiah Chance's girlfriend, and who, along with Isaiah Chance, would provide the essential surveillance for this conspiracy. To understand the wicked purpose that drove and motivated this shared desire to end Charles Jones' life, we need to look back in time in the city of Jacksonville to the lives and associations of Mr. Jones and all of these defendants. We'll go back in years. I'm going to walk you through a gang war that has been occurring in the city of Jacksonville, and that in this case traveled here and spilled into our streets here in Tampa. Gerard Adams, also known as Spaz, was part of a gang called 1200. He was murdered in August of 2018. Mr. Adams, as I said, was part of a gang, 1200. 1200 is affiliated with another gang, ATK. Those two gangs are affiliated. Adrian Bibby Gaynor was associated to another gang, 6 Block, which was an opposing gang. In this case, in the evidence, you may hear the term ops or opposition or dead ops, meaning opposing gangs, the opposition. ATK and 1200 were and are the opposition to 6 Block. 6 Block also has a subset or a sub-gang, bully gang, which is confederated with 6 Block. Jaquan Pickens, also known as Jake Jit, was murdered in August of 23. August 16th of 23. The next day, August 17th of 23, Jacoby Lil Colby Beals, a 1200 gang member, shot multiple times. He would survive. And you can see in this, and you will see in the state's evidence, a back and forth between these gangs that oppose each other. In October of 23, October 6th, specifically of 23, around 11:45, Antonio Tilley, who was an ATA or was an ATA gang member, was shot to death while he was in an Uber. Just over 6 hours after the murder of Antonio Tilly on October 7th, attackers with high-powered rifles would shoot up that same Dodge Charger being driven by our murder victim, Charles Jones. This was 9 months before the murder of Charles Jones. He had left his house at about 6 in the morning and was driving down the street, coming to a stop sign, when attackers with high-powered rifles opened up on his Dodge Charger. He would escape that morning with his life. He would drive to a local hospital and be treated for a gunshot wound to his lower leg. Drill rap. We talked about rap music yesterday with several folks in the jury pool. Drill rap is a different type of rap. It is a specific type of rap that these groups that I've already talked to you about, 6 Block and Bully Gang, and then on the other side, 1200 ATK, engaged in. Songs that were produced and songs that were distributed on social media platforms like YouTube and Spotify. Rap music where the opposing gangs' casualties, people in those gangs that had been murdered, would be demeaned, mentioned, ridiculed, made fun of, to elevate the gang making the video, to elevate their status. They would demean not just the other gang, but what is more incendiary, they would speak specifically to members of the opposing gang who had been murdered in sarcastic lyrics, traveling in some instances to gravesides, whether it was the graveside of that person who was actually killed or some other graveside that would stand in. In addition to the drill rap, they would post photos on social media making fun of the opposing gang's casualties. I'm going to walk you through a couple of videos that you will see in the state's evidence. This video is a combination 1200 ATK video. The major performer is an individual named Kenyatta Bullard, also known as Youngin Ace or Ace. Spinabins is one of the performers who is a well-known drill rap gang member in Jacksonville, and Wappa with the Choppa is another. You can see in this photograph in the background, Youngin Ace in the yellow. Kenyatta Bullard, AKA Youngin Ace. And you can see his ATK chain around his neck. In this video, you will see these performers at times during the video pointing up in the air, and you will see the names of people appearing on the screen. Those are casualties from 6 Block. Those are people who were murdered on the opposite side. And you will hear them talking about them in this drill rap. So we see here the title to the drill rap song, Spinabins, Wappa with the Choppa, Youngin Ace, and Fast Money Goon are all participants in this video. And this is them pointing, Tiki being an opposing gang member who was murdered. Judge, I need some technical assistance.
Sure.
So you heard the name Diddy, Adrian Gaynor, one of the people that we discussed earlier in the gang war. That was just one of several that they were pointing out. Who I smoke, meaning who is killed or shot. So we saw Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa. Spinabins Noah Williams came out with this song concerning this murder, this song being released within a couple of days of the murder of Charles Jones. It's called Julio Dead. Now, that last video, the Who I Smoke video by Young and Ace, these videos are not just put onto YouTube. Young and Ace is a celebrity. He has tens of millions of followers on Spotify and YouTube. These songs attract a lot of attention. This song, as I said, was put out within a day or two of the death of Charles Jones here in Tampa. You're going to see references and hear references in this to not only Charles Jones' name, but to the name Six, Mr. Six, or Six, meaning 6 Block. Catherine, can you come assist me again?
It's over there. Clean it up. It's not a joke. I know they said last time.
Just take the volume down just one notch.
1942. We're not drinking crystal. That boy, big pack. Roll them up. Big smalls, no stronger than make a little stain, it's a celebration, big pack, and a holiday. Ain't no samurai, ain't die for it, but we ain't play with it. Tell me what we quit slide, ain't no chops for it. Hey, I'm still the beans, and until we hit it free. Glock on, I'm smoking up, that like put that A in. You can't run for that big chop, that voodoo ain't safe. Him, they whole crew right gone. Rest in peace to the whole 6. Full of that for real. His ass a cold flow. That's a stupid question. Now don't ask me who I smoke. Tearing that down. They say it's Charles Jones. You can't survive now. All the people go. Charles Jones for real. I had to say that but real name so y'all know it's real. Actually in the field, I never let him keep my skill. Graveyard game, they don't let me poppin' shit like this. I really tell you it's Charles Jones, but yeah, for real. This how I'm serious. He ain't coming back, and if he do, y'all can kill me. Somebody gotta die. Can't get us, we gotta kill. We might have to touch one of these niggas to make me feel.
Julio Foolio was shot and killed in Tampa overnight. Julio, whose legal name is Charles Jones, was celebrating his 26th birthday when this all happened.
Couldn't be any clearer about who they're talking about. You even saw footage from the area where the murder occurred. Julio dead for real, his ass a ghost. This is a good example of drill rap.
No, it's over.
This was another song, this one by Young and Ace, the same guy from the Who I Smoke video. This song came out, I think, 4 or 5 days after the murder of Mr. Jones. This is called Game Over.
They trying to get a nigga shut down showing these videos and the music, even though it's sped up. So I'm blocking the video out.
I know I smoke bad people, man, you know what I'm saying? I smoke 6. 5 in the morning, got a call when the bitches. They don't want to float, they don't want to ride with Mr. Six. No, I'm steady screaming out for the law, for the 6. 4 in the clock, when I'm dead, 3 I get. I told them niggas they don't want to war with this shit. You want to war? You want to war? I told them niggas going to step hard around this bitch. I told them step hard around this bitch, nigga. I told them niggas they don't want to war with this shit. You want to war? You want to war? I told them niggas going to step hard around this bitch.
you hear him mentioning Mr. Six, that is Charles Jones. The Don Julio you keep seeing, the tequila, again, that is a diss against Charles Jones, whose rap name was Julio Foolio. 5 in the morning, you will find in the evidence in this case that this crime occurred around 4:40 a.m. He says 4 in the car, 1 dead, 3 hit. Mr. Jones was murdered, and 3 other individuals you will find in the evidence. You heard the attempted murder counts against 3 of these defendants. 3 others were hit with gunfire but survived. As I said, Kenyatta Bullard is a certified celebrity. And you also saw that. That is just a still from that video. And that's talking about both Charles Jones and his gang, 6 Block. Charles Jones, also known as Julio Foolio, also known as Foolio, Mr. Six, or just Six. Like Kenyatta Bullard, the person in the last 2 videos that was the lead rapper, who is the public face of ATK, Mr. Jones, the evidence will show, was the public face of 6 Block. He was the main person in that gang, the main spokesperson, and he was also a celebrity with tens of millions of followers on YouTube, Instagram, Spotify. This is a drill rap song that Mr. Jones did a couple of years before his murder. He will talk about several people that are opposing gang casualties. You will see a poster that he is holding and walking around that has 3 photographs on it, 3 young men that were all murdered in a shooting that involved Kenyatta Bullard, Young and Ace, who was the only survivor of that shooting. So a couple of things about that video. He says, happy birthday, 23. 23 was one of the young men. That was his street name that was murdered in that shooting. They had gone out to celebrate his birthday, and you heard him say very sarcastically, happy birthday, several times in that video. He also says he fell in love with dead ops. Got dead ops on my mind, dead opposition, casualties of the opposite side. He also says something very similar to the video that Kenyatta Bullard, Young and Ace put out after Julio Foolio, Charles Jones murder in this case, 4 shot, 3 dead. Very similar lyrics. This is a back and forth diss. This is back and forth. And it is this animosity and hatred between these gangs that drove the conspiracy in this case, that caused these 4 defendants to confederate and to conspire, in this case, to engage in this coordinated, planned murderous attack. Another thing about that last video by Mr. Jones, he talked about on the east side, the west side, these terms 6 block and 1200 refer to areas of Jacksonville. This is a territorial gang war. And these gangs are in certain areas and have control over certain areas of Jacksonville. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, you will hear in this evidence, has committed resources to a gang unit. And it's staffed by several gang detectives who get training and education in how to investigate gangs, how to maintain information and intelligence on those gangs. One of the things they do is they monitor that. They monitor their social media. And you will hear testimony from some of these gang detectives in this case. These detectives, each of them specializing in specific gangs to give full commitment by the Sheriff's Office to this gang war and the violence that's occurring in the streets of Jacksonville and Duval County. So Charles Jones belonged to and was affiliated to the wrong group. He was their spokesperson. You will find in the evidence in this case that these defendants, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, are 1,200 gang members. You will also hear that Isaiah Chance is an ATK gang member affiliated closely with 1,200. Now, you're not going to hear evidence that Mr. Gathright is a gang member, and we haven't charged anything in our indictment about that, but you're going to hear he is associating with all of these gang members and was a fully committed participant in this murder. But these gangs, they despise and abhor each other, the evidence will show. So I want to talk to you about the murder itself. So you heard mention in the dead op, or the Foolio dead drill rap video by Spinabins and Wapple with the Choppa, the one started with the blue screen. What you're looking at on the upper part of that screen, you can see Embassy Suites, USF. You can see the USF Research Park. That's Fowler, and that is the main entrance to the University of South Florida's campus. This is all just to the east of Bruce B. Downs, right? To the lower part, you have an extension of 40th Street, which becomes McKinley. And right there in the corner, you heard them mentioning Holiday Inn, which is running horizontal. Next to it is a vertical building. That is the home to suites. And it is on the very south end, or the bottom of the photograph, on that vertical building. There is a portico there, an entrance to that hotel. That is where the shooting in this case occurs. Now, in this photograph, you can see on the far left, there is a La Quinta Inn. That becomes relevant in the state's case because one of these high-powered rifle rounds went all the way across and went through and into a room, and there was recovered projectiles. This is more of a close-up. Now, on the bottom of the photograph, you can see, to the bottom right, you can see an entrance into the Home to Suites parking lot from McKinley. And you can see right at the bottom of the building a square offset. That is the roof of the portico, the entrance to the hotel. It's a more close-up photograph. So I want to walk through several videos with you that were recovered in the investigation by the Tampa Police Department here in Tampa that show what's occurring. Unfortunately, my laser pointer is not, well, maybe it will. It actually is working a little bit. Okay, usually LED screens will absorb the laser. So you're going to see here, you're going to see the Dodge Charger, Mr. Jones Dodge Charger, pulling into the portico. And you can see up here, that's a few minutes off. It's actually around 4:34, 4:35 a.m. in the morning. It's June 23rd of 2024. But he's pulling into that portico, having just turned off southbound McKinley. You can see here, this is a Hyundai that'll go down, turn around, and come up behind him. That's being driven by Armani, who is his, Armani Turner, excuse me, who is his girlfriend.
But yes,
I can't see the laser.
Yeah.
it doesn't work great on the LED screen.
Yeah, it does.
So
You're describing it again.
Yeah, I thought that might happen, Your Honor, with the jurors in the back.
that's fine.
row.
So just, Mr. Harmer will try to be as descriptive as he can, okay?
So if you're looking at the car with the tail lights lit up, that's the Hyundai on the top of the screen. That's outside of the Portico. It's going to continue in the direction it's pointing. It'll do a U-turn, a sharp U-turn, and pull in right behind Charles Jones' Dodge Charger. Mr. Jones is in the front passenger seat. The car is being driven by his friend Xavier Edwards. The car that is sitting there already in the Portico belongs to an employee. That's unrelated to the case. And this steaming coming off there, that's coming from the building. It has nothing to do with the cars. You're going to see Mr. Jones. He's wearing a red knit cap. He's wearing a white T-shirt. You will see him exit the Charger and walk into the hotel. So what happens is, while they were out that night, he had made a reservation, but because they arrived so late, it was given away. In this video, you'll see him return. In some instances, the video is being accelerated slightly, like right now. There's a car pulling in to the parking lot and going northbound. That becomes very relevant, and I'll explain that in a few minutes. This car, the Nissan Altima, is being driven by two of Mr. Jones' friends. They had gone around to the other side of the hotel and were just coming back. You're going to see an individual named Taifa or Taifa McCrae and Miss Albritton, who was dressed in a all-pink suit, who are friends of Mr. Jones. They exit and they go into the hotel to use the restroom, and they're actually inside the lobby when the shooting occurs. When Taifa got out of the front seat of the Altima, another young lady, Camilla Bentley, slid in behind him in the front seat. Now you're going to see another car come by. This is a small silver Chevy Cruze. This, you will find in the evidence, is the surveillance tracker vehicle that was utilized by these conspirators, by these defendants, to follow, to track, and stalk Mr. Jones and his friends, giving real-time, by communications, by phone, real-time location data and information about where he would be. This car passes by, being driven by defendant Isaiah Chance, his girlfriend. You saw her earlier. Miss Andrews is in the front passenger seat. The assault team is already present on the west side of the hotel. That was the car that had pulled in earlier and went northbound and did not pass the portico. This is a mounted camera, by the way, folks, on the hotel that's facing east-southeast. If you look in the upper right part of the screen by the two palm trees, you're going to see, right before the shooting happens, a masked individual's face pop out. The evidence in this case will show that is defendant Rashad Murphy. He is the Glock shooter. This is the beginning of the, well, actually it's not. First, we're going to see the Chevy Cruze come by. And then the Chevy Cruze will do a three-point turn. You'll see that in other video evidence shortly, and it turns around and goes back out. And now it's exiting. Mr. Chance drives right past the victim and exits the parking lot of the hotel literally within seconds of the murder occurring and starting. You will see him exiting to the right, going southbound on McKinley. The evidence will show that he goes down, he does a U-turn and comes back north on McKinley and passes the hotel just before the shooting begins. There's the shooter. Xavier Edwards tries to escape from the shooting. You can see the other two cars, one being driven by Camilla Bentley, who's going forward, the other one being driven by Armani Turner, who's going backwards. In their haste to flee from the shooting, they actually collide with each other, and they both end up going southbound on McKinley. They go different directions. Now, this is what I was talking about, where by the palm trees, you will see a head pop out right before the full appearance of the shooters. That is Rashad Murphy. You will see another shooter run over to that tree just to the center of the video screen, just to the right of that Lexus SUV. The evidence will show in this case that that is Defendant Gathright. On the top of the screen, you see a Mercedes SUV and a yellow car, and you see an individual moving around. The evidence will show that is the defendant, Davion Murphy, who was firing. And you can see in this evidence that Mr. Edwards attempts desperately to flee from these shooters, but what he actually does is he drives directly into a crossfire, a vortex, if you will, of rifle fire. The car flees down the west side of the hotel heading north. Now, just around the corner, wrapping around to the west side of the hotel, the attack team parks the car, they get out and move into position coming around to that corner. As they move through there, they pass a Tesla. This is a video from a Tesla. There are multiple screens and videos you will see from this Tesla, which was in Sentry mode, activated and recorded. Officers met with the owner the next morning, who showed them this video on the screen inside of the Tesla, and they were able to collect this video. In this instance, you can see to the far right, you can see a charging station with cables hanging off of it. You will see in the grass area by the charging station, you will see Davion Murphy running by, holding a rifle, wearing all black with an orange ski mask. And he's heading up to that area by that yellow Bronco and the Mercedes SUV, where he later pops out. Now, in a minute, you're going to see Xavier Edwards accelerating that Dodge Charger around the corner. You'll see its headlights sweep across those, I believe, probably cypress trees right there. There comes the headlights. He is now fleeing up the northwest side of the Home to Suites. You're going to see Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, unload with that rifle down the west side of that hotel. Mr. Jones' Charger, after being impounded and transported to the Tampa Police Department impound lot, all of those yellow marks, other than the ones on the hinges, are going to be impacts. So you see Ms. Turner, Mr. Jones' girlfriend in the upper left. She was in the Hyundai. Ms. Randolph, her friend, was in the Hyundai. And Robert Howard, who is a friend of Charles Jones, was in the Hyundai with those women, sitting directly behind the Dodge Charger. You see Tava McCrae and Aaliyah Albritton, the woman who was in the pink outfit, who were in the Nissan Altima. Xavier Edwards was wounded. He was shot in his right arm. He had a grazing wound to his head, shot in the shoulder. This is him at the hospital being treated. Sustained multiple gunshot wounds. And you can see lacerations from glass or projectiles to his left hand. He is one of the victims of one of the attempted murder counts charged against Davion and Rashad Murphy and against John Gathright. Gino Norris. Mr. Norris is a longtime friend of Charles Jones, going back several years into their youth. He was in the back seat of the Charger. He had come with Mr. Edwards and Mr. Jones had traveled here from Jacksonville to celebrate a birthday. When they arrived here, it was on Friday night, and they stayed at an Airbnb in Pinellas County. The next day, they stayed at an Airbnb in Pasco County in Holiday. And I'm going to show you here shortly where Mr. Jones was posting on his Instagram account that he would be here in Tampa. He actually appeared at a couple of clubs and put up advertisements for those appearances. But he was asking people if they advertising that he was having a pool party, his birthday party that Saturday of this weekend. That would have been the 22nd of June, 2024, at the Airbnb. And you'll see in the Instagram post, he was advising people that follow him, send me a DM and I'll send you the address. So they actually did. And a lot of people showed up at that Airbnb in Holiday. And eventually, because of the crowds, the owner of the Airbnb shut it down and kicked them all out. And that's why they were trying to find lodging at the Home to Suites later that night after Mr. Jones had made these appearances, which we'll discuss in a minute. But Mr. Norris had traveled here with his friend Charles Jones and with Mr. Edwards. He was in the back seat. Mr. Jones was shot in the right arm. He is also one of the victims of the 3 attempted murder counts against the shooters in this case. Now, when Mr. Edwards and Mr. Gino Norris, when that Charger came to a stop finally, they quickly realized that Charles Jones was gone. He died very fast. They bailed out of the Dodge Charger. They were both shot. Mr. Norris will tell you he had been asleep and had been woke up by the crashing of the Dodge Charger. You will see that as it went up the northwest side of the hotel, there was a curb and a grass area where there's a dumpster. It went right over the curb, right through that grassy area and into a north area where there's another parking lot before it finally stopped, bullet riddled and steaming. Mr. Edwards and Mr. Norris bail out of the car and they run from these shooters because they don't know where they are. They run into a Holiday Inn and they leave a massive blood trail that leads into that Holiday Inn, which police would later follow when they arrive because of the multiple 911 calls being generated from all of the noise of the gunfire. Now, Camilla Bentley, I told you, had slid into the driver's seat. You can see these impacts from gunfire to the rear window of the Altima. That rear window would have been closest to the shooters. Miss Bentley was also wounded. She is our 4th victim. This is her in the hospital being treated for a bullet grazing wound to her right upper arm. Now, going back, I told you I would show you, and you will see in the evidence, Mr. Jones' Instagram account, and you can see the name Julio Foolio. That's his celebrity name, his rap name, and his street name. He is advertising that he is going to be appearing at Teasers. You see that in the middle of the advertisement on Nebraska Avenue, 9700 North Nebraska Avenue. He is going to be appearing on June 22nd. So for his birthday, you see B-Day in the middle there. He is advertising, and then you also can see Mr. Howard there in the yellow. He was one of the individuals in the Hyundai. He's advertising his whereabouts on June 22nd, where he is going to be. This is another advertisement. B-Day Bash for Julio Foolio Teasers, June 22nd, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. And you can see in the lower left on your screens where he is saying my Airbnb pool party, June 21st, that was the Friday night one, and my official birthday party, June 22nd, Club Teasers. He gives the club address. So he's giving his location where he's going to be. Now, this is a message sent to a phone that Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, was utilizing. On June 22nd, he receives this confirmation concerning, and I'm going to come back to this later, and I'll let you look at it in a little more detail, but it's concerning the booking of an Airbnb in Tampa on June 22nd. This is being sent in the early morning hours of the 22nd, and the owner is telling him that the HOA requires for security purposes that all guests booking with us provide a valid ID through the Airbnb message portal. Mr. Murphy obliges, and in the phone that he was utilizing, he sends his photograph back to the Airbnb owner. Now, this is a Vivint or Vivint camera mounted at the residence of Sean Gathright. This is June 22nd, Saturday, in the middle of the day. This is the beginning of that day for these conspirators. You're going to see Mr. Gathright and Mr. Chance loading a Chevy Impala that is being driven by Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathright. It is registered to his mother, but it is the car that he drives and operates. And it is the car that transports the shooters, the assault team of which he is part of in this case. You're going to see them loading it with book bags, but you're also going to see them loading it with rolling duffel bags, long bags that appear to have weight. That's Mr. Gathright, Mr. Chance. You will see the evidence that they are friends. That is the Impala, the black car. We're talking about how they're going to load the heaviest bags into the trunk first. The BMW on the top part of the screen belongs to Mr. Chance. He would later go and retrieve his girlfriend, Miss Andrews, and bring her back to this residence. And that's in Jacksonville. Now, at some point that afternoon before they leave, Mr. Chance brings his contribution to the assault team. This is going to be in slow-mo, but you're going to see a Glock handgun with an extended magazine. You see his finger resting down the side of the slide. He tucks the gun into his waistband as he walks back into Mr. Gathlight's residence. Notably, he knows the combination of Mr. Gathlight's residence. And you can see the extended magazine coming out from the bottom of his hand. You can see the trigger guard below his hand and his finger extended down the slide of that pistol. Mr. Chance on the left, Sean Gathright in the middle, and Miss Andrews on the right. They end up leaving that residence. Mr. Gathright driving the black Impala. They travel from Jacksonville that Saturday afternoon down around near Gainesville, all the way down 75, down to 275, and they come down, and you will see them end up at the Airbnb, which Mr. Rashad Murphy has booked for them, which is sitting literally 1.38 miles from the Home to Suites, just on the north side of the USF campus, University of South Florida. Now, you're going to hear about an investigative device called LPRs. You may know what those are. It stands for license plate recognition. It is a system, in this case, Flock, which is a company that produces these systems. They utilize different camera systems that integrate into their network. In this case, the camera system is from the Florida Highway Patrol. Flock is frequently contracts with cities, with law enforcement agencies. Sometimes they'll put up their own network of cameras, which later plays a role in this case. A lot of times they incorporate other cameras. But when a license plate is put into the system, it can pick that license plate up as it is en route traveling. And in this case, investigation revealed Mr. Gathright Chevy Impala being picked up on this license plate reader on June 22nd, 2024. Here it is at the merger of I-75 and 275 heading southbound. You see the latitude, longitude coordinates on the third row up on the right. You see the area or nearest address is New Tampa. It is a Florida Highway Patrol camera. Now, in the top part, 3 rows down, you see the date and you see a time, 11:39:28 p.m. UTC. That is Coordinated Universal Time, what used to be known as Greenwich Mean Time. It is a standard utilized in aviation, utilized in space travel, but is it a standard that is utilized a lot of times by cell carriers and call detail records from cell phone companies, and it's utilized in law enforcement frequently, but it is a standard time. Here, they have given us the conversion to Eastern Daylight Time, which in June, here in the Eastern Standard Time, we are in Eastern Daylight Time, EDT. And you go 4 hours back to 7:39 p.m. So this is them arriving in Tampa at 7:39 p.m. And again, Coordinated Universal Time, UTC, is like Greenwich Mean Time. It's basically the time zone in England. 2 of our other conspirators, Rashad Murphy on your left and his blood cousin, Davion Murphy, on the right. They are also picked up, this time on an open AALPR, license plate recognition report is generated. They are driving in a silver Chevy Cruze that Mr. Murphy would later tell law enforcement he had obtained from his brother's, the mother of his brother's child, his nephew. a woman and a car outside of these groups of people, one that would not necessarily be recognized by someone, and a car that would later be utilized by Mr. Chance and his girlfriend as a tracker surveillance video that would be following and tracking. The evidence will show Charles Jones and his friends as they celebrated through those early morning hours. So you see on the right-hand side here, this is being picked up June 22nd, and they list this company does in Eastern Daylight Time, 7:46 p.m. at Bruce B. Downs at Tampa Palms. So they are heading into the new Tampa area, heading down just north of the USF campus. Here we see their routes being covered on the right-hand side. Yes, by that Chevy Cruze, the route that it takes coming and going back. On the left-hand side are areas where it's being picked up on license plate readers. Okay, first one on top, June 21st, is going back to Friday. University Drive, Dolphin Drive is an address or an area of Jacksonville. That's when it's still in Jacksonville. 6:22 in the morning, it's driving. It's on Highway 441 at 18:09 hours. That is 6:09 p.m. It is at 326 on Gainesville Road near Gainesville. At 7:47 on the 22nd, Tampa Palms Boulevard and Bruce B. Downs, BBD. And later in the early morning hours, you can see where it is being picked up on Hillsborough and North 15th. And then on the 23rd at 6 p.m. later in the day, again, now going back to Jacksonville northbound. That Hillsborough Avenue and North 15th is an address just south of Teasers. You'll see the evidence that while surveilling the victim and his entourage of friends, that Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews at times drove away from Teasers and then came back. This is showing you on your left side the Chevy Cruze and the Impala being picked up at the same times, the same locations, by the same license plate readers. So you can see they're highlighted at 18:09 hours. They are both being picked up at 326 in Gainesville Road. At 19:47 and 19:45, they are both being picked up at Tampa Palms Boulevard and Bruce B. Downs. At 3:41 hours, Hillsborough Avenue and 15th Street. This is the Impala and the Cruze operating in tandem, traveling in tandem, coming from Jacksonville, and then operating through into the early morning hours of the attack. This is the Airbnb location at Gazebo Pond Lane, where that red marker is, and that's a direct, as a crow would fly, line down to the home to suites, 1.38 miles. You can see the entire University of Florida campus, University of South Florida's campus between Fletcher and Fowler depicted in that. This is the Airbnb on Gazebo Lane. The door on the left. You can see the Ring camera mounted to the side of the door. Now, this is Miss Andrews on the 22nd. She's knocking on the door and she ends up being let in. You'll hear someone say, "My bad," as she's let in. So there's clearly people inside of the Airbnb. What is significant is on the 22nd, she is the only person who enters through the front door. The rest of the conspirators go this way, down the side of the building, around the back of the building, and they enter through sliding glass doors. They do not allow themselves to be recorded by the camera, by the door, the Ring camera. Miss Andrews is the only one on the 22nd. That changes after the murder. They start getting sloppy, the evidence will show later the next day on Sunday. And they basically, all of them start showing up on that camera. All of them except for Rashad Murphy, the ghost. He doesn't show up anywhere until later. So they go through and that's where they enter. Now, at 1:40 a.m., Mr. Jones, his friends are arriving at the Teasers on North Nebraska around 1:55, close to 2. He doesn't get there until about 2:30 in the morning in the Dodge Charger. But at 1:40 a.m., 3 hours before the murder, about an hour before this conspiracy, before these conspirators begin their hunt for the victim at Teasers, Alicia Andrews' phone leaves the Airbnb and goes to a nearby McDonald's at 2205 East Fletcher. That's 22nd Street in Fletcher. There's a McDonald's there. It's a 24-hour McDonald's. On the right-hand side, you see some cell tower mapping. I'll talk to you about that in a few minutes. But her phone is mapped at that location, and you will see the Chevy Cruze come into the parking lot and work itself through the drive-through lanes. The driver of the Chevy Cruze, you will find in the evidence, is Davion Murphy. Miss Andrews is in the front passenger seat. So now you see Davion Murphy. He is smoking a cigar and he's talking to the young lady working in the McDonald's. You can see someone next to him in the car on the right-hand side. The evidence will show that's Miss Andrews, Mr. Chance's girlfriend. But what is significant is they buy a lot of food, a lot more than for two people. Now, going later in the morning, this is video recovered from the Teasers nightclub on Nebraska, where Mr. Jones had advertised he would be appearing. Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews walking in the parking lot. Mr. Chance is wearing a hoodie, and in June of 2024, he is wearing a COVID mask. Miss Andrews is wearing a COVID mask. You see in that video, Mr. Chance has a phone to his head. He is communicating directly with Mr. Gathright by way of that phone. They are using some type of app that is not picked up. They are not text messaging or making phone calls. But that is Alicia Andrews' phone. So her phone becomes relevant because it is being utilized by Mr. Chance to set up their communications with the assault team. You saw her just a minute ago putting in her passcode and handing the phone so Mr. Chance could utilize it. They are there to track, to stalk, and to hunt Charles Jones, and then to provide real-time location information to Mr. Gathright, who was driving his Impala with both of the Murphys and the Impala, the assault team. There's the surveillance team. So as I said, and again, this video is slightly off, but Mr. Jones arrives, that's in front, that's the front entrance, the Teasers. You see at the bottom, it's 2:29:49 a.m. is the converted time. The date is correct. This is early Sunday morning now. And now you see Mr. Chance still there with his girlfriend. And then around 2:54:22 a.m. real time in the morning, Mr. Jones and his friends leave Teasers. Now, you will see in the evidence, you will see video evidence of Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews arriving, and you will see the direction that they travel on foot and the direction they travel in the car. They exit shortly before this, but they stay nearby, and at 2:46 or at 2:54:22, Mr. Jones begins to leave. 2:54:22, shortly or right around the same time, because again, this time on the top of this screen is off a little bit, you will see the Chevy Impala with these three individuals, Rashad Murphy, Sean Gathright driving, and Davion Murphy in that vehicle. It is like within a minute of Mr. Jones coming out of the club and beginning to leave that they arrive on the north end of the parking lot in the Impala. And they pull in, they're going to be right behind the car that's already in. They're the ones pulling in off of Nebraska southbound. And there they are fully inside of the parking lot. This is the north side of the business. They end up going westbound and then southbound, and then they come back on the road that sits on the south side of Teasers, passing in front of the entrance. This is Mr. Jones and his friends leaving. You see the three cars with the taillights lighting up. The one on the left of the screen is the Charger. So this is the path of travel. The green is Mr. Jones and his friends parked directly in front. That's the front part, the south end of the building. That photograph is in the normal orientation of a map. North on the top, south on the bottom, west to the left, east to the right. So at almost precisely the time that he exits the front to leave, the Impala comes south on Nebraska, pulls into the north end in the red arrows, goes to the west, then to the south, onto South Castle, and comes right by. There are a lot of folks standing in front of that club at that point. Now, the blue markers are the Chevy Cruze. So you can see the Chevy Cruze enters, parks. You see the rectangle on the north side of the parking lot. That's where Mr. Chance parked. The little ovals and dots are where he and Miss Andrews walked. They walked through the parking lot and came around to the south end so they could look down the front of the building and see what was going on while they were on Miss Andrews' phone communicating with Mr. Gathright. Mr. Jones and his friends then traveled to an after party. And this is on Bush Boulevard. This is the south side of Bush Boulevard. This is a club called Truth 18. It sits in a strip mall. It's on the second floor of the strip mall. So you're going to see them going upstairs. At one point, you're going to see Mr. Jones live streaming on Instagram with his phone, celebrating his birthday. Let me stop that.
Turn that down a bit.
So you see the Dodge Charger pulling in front, and then the Hyundai. The camera angle is from the second floor of the strip mall right near where Truth 18 is, pointing what would have been northbound into the parking lot. So now they're all parked. To the far left, you see the Nissan Altima in his all-brick mirror pink suit. Taefra McRae in his blue shirt on the right-hand side. You see that's the edge on the farthest right-hand side of the Dodge Charger. You'll see Mr. Jones step out in a minute. To the upper left, or upper part to the left, is Miss Turner and Miss Randolph getting out of the Hyundai, and then some other friends. Now you're going to see them going up the stairs. The people on the upper balcony on the right are near Truth 18. So Mr. Jones in the red shorts, red cap. That's Mr. Norris with the number 8 shirt on in front. And you can see there's a lot of well-wishers and friends that early morning with Mr. Jones. And he'll start live streaming here in a minute.
We didn't fail. 20 deep. Lit. Everywhere we go.
This video is being sped up right now. You're going to see the Chevy Cruze arrive on the top of the screen. This is pointing southbound from the north. And now in the top part of the screen, you see Mr. Chance walking with his hood and his mask, holding the phone to his ear with Miss Andrews right in front of Truth 18. Cruze is parked over to that side of the nightclub, to the what would be the east side. They go down the park or down the sidewalk. They come back. Now, about 30 minutes later, 20 minutes later, 25 minutes later, Mr. Jones and his friends start.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you over all the background noise.
Oh, okay.
So we either turn the
Judge,
volume.
I'm sorry, we can't hear a thing.
I know, I'm asking Mr. Harmon to either turn the volume down, or if he's gonna talk, then stop the video and talk.
Okay. Let me know. So now we're in a section of the video. You can see the Impala. This is, again, that southbound video, which would be just to the east of Truth 18. You saw the Impala pulling into the parking lot of a business to the east there. I believe it's an Enterprise car rental. They pull into a spot and they sit there. The video's being sped up for time's sake. Now you see it pulling out. You'll see them pull across the street, turn around, come back so that they're facing Bush Boulevard at a stop sign right there, right in the upper right-hand corner. These cameras on the bottom floor at the strip mall where the Truth 18 below Truth 18 depicting Mr. Jones and his friends leaving. You'll see them all drive one direction, turn around, and come back the other direction. They'll pull onto Bush Boulevard. They'll head initially eastbound and then do a U-turn and go back westbound towards 40th Street. The Charger just pulled out with the Hyundai behind it, right as you look at the screen. The Hyundai's now stopped, waiting for the Charger to go by, and Ms. Turner follows Mr. Jones. The Altima's being delayed by that car parking, and now Mr. McCrae is following. They will pull onto Bush, as I said. They will go to the east. You will see them in the middle, top part of the screen doing U-turns. There is a turning lane there. That's Mr. Jones' Charger. You see the sweep of his headlights. He is heading back now westbound towards 40th Street, followed by the Hyundai, and now Mr. McCrae and the Altima. There goes the silver Chevy Cruze in pursuit, following, being driven by Mr. Chance. This is the intersection of McKinley and Fowler. To the upper right corner of the screen is the Home to Suites Holiday Inn complex. At the bottom of the screen is the entrance to the University of South Florida. And you see Mr. Jones and his friends pulling up, heading northbound. That's their headlights. And they've got their indicators, blinkers on. You will see them do a U-turn. Head back south on McKinley, 40th Street, and turn right. There goes Mr. Jones. They will turn right into the Holiday Inn. Now, as they're doing this, you see approaching headlights to the left coming northbound on McKinley. That is the Chevy Cruze being driven by Mr. Chance. He passes by them as they're pulling into the hotel. Mr. Chance turns to the right, heading eastbound on Fowler. He drives down, comes back westbound, and you will see him now turning into the University of South Florida, where he stages at the Embassy Suites. And now those headlights heading north. That is the Chevy Impala, which was, the evidence will show, nowhere in sight when Mr. Jones and his friends turned into the hotel. But you'll see them do a U-turn and turn right into the hotel. Now they're going southbound, the Impala, and they're going to turn into the hotel. When they turn in, like we saw earlier, they take an immediate right in the parking lot and go up the east side of the hotel to avoid the portico. They go up to the northern end of the parking lot. They go westbound across the northern end. And now you see the Chevy Cruze, by the way, blowing through a red light on Fowler to follow and turn into the Home to Suites. You're going to see several camera angles now from the Home to Suites picking up the Impala as it travels in a circle around the north side of the hotel complex, coming out on the west side of the hotel, around the corner from the portico. These are the individuals in the Impala. The driver, Mr. Gathright, and both the Murphys. So again, color coded. We're now looking again at the overhead of the Home to Suites at the Holiday Inn. Home to Suites is the vertical, Holiday Inn to the left of the screen is the horizontal building. The red is the Impala. And you see it goes right into the parking lot, takes an immediate right, goes up the east side of the parking lot to the north side, then goes west on the top of the parking lot, all the way around the Holiday Inn, the evidence will show, and comes out that last arrow to the far left on the west side of the Home to Suites. On the west side of the Home to Suites, in the center of the white roof of the Home to Suites, you see a purple icon. Just to the left of that, where it says Home to Suites, you see a rectangular aqua color. That's a pool area. There are chairs, tables to that part of the hotel with some grills out there. And then there is that road. Just to the north of that, of where you see the pool, in between what would be the top left corner of the Home to Suites and the far right edge of the Holiday Inn, is the grassy area where the Dodge Charger flees, popping over the curbs there, waking up Mr. Norris in the back seat, and then comes to rest in that north parking lot. You see the green, that's Mr. Jones and his friends where they parked, where we saw earlier. And then the path of the cruise. The cruise comes, it blows through the red light at Fowler, moving quickly, comes down, following the Impala, turns into the hotel, goes right past Mr. Jones and his friends, turns to the west side. You're going to see video of most of this, turns onto the west side of the hotel, goes up, does a 3-point turn, comes back to the south, and exits just before the shooting. All right, so this is a camera on the east side of the Home to Suites that is facing southeast. On the top part of the screen is 40th Street, McKinley. You're going to see the Impala. As it turns into the hotel, it'll take an immediate right and cut across the top of the screen head, which is northbound. There's the throw of its headlights as it's turning in. And now it's heading northbound on the east side of the hotel. Same direction those red arrows showed you earlier. Next camera, this one faces north-northeast, picks up the Impala as it heads further north to the north end of the parking lot. This camera is on the north end of the Home to Suites, picks up the Impala heading into that northern part of the parking lot. And now it's on the west side. You see the pool to the upper right corner. You see that recreational area there with tables and chairs and grills. So you see the Impala comes down on the west side. It creeps down a little bit, but never breaks around the corner to where it can be seen by Mr. Jones or his friends. In fact, it turns and goes back to the north. You're going to see the car turn to the left and park. Here comes the Chevy Cruze. These cars on the west side of the hotel will pass within feet of each other. There's the Cruze. The Cruze will go up almost even, and that's Tesla video picking up the Impala going to the left. And you'll see part of the 3-point turn that the Cruze makes. It just did a wide turn so it can back up and come back to the south. Now it's backing up and it'll turn hard left and come back to the south. Meanwhile, the Impala has gone around the corner and parked just to the opposite side of the Tesla charging station. So you can see now the upper part, you can see a car moving into a spot. That is the Impala. It backs out a little bit, and then we'll pull back in. Just a little bit of a glimpse of it up there. And now the Cruze is going back south to exit. So this is going to be a combined conglomerate of videos from that ring video at the Gazebo Pond Drive unit of the Airbnb where the conspirators stay overnight. And as I said, on the 22nd, the only person that enters is Miss Andrews. You'll see the next set of videos coming from the following day, after these conspirators have gone back there and got some rest, and now they're preparing to leave to go back to Jacksonville, mission accomplished. And this is when you will see them getting sloppy. You will see Mr. Chance appear on this video. You will see Mr. Davion Murphy appear on the video. And you'll see Mr. Gathright appearing on the video. This is when they first arrive on Saturday. This is the next day. The neighbor next to them is apparently moving in the unit next to them. That has nothing to do with them. Mr. Chance, and you can see over his shoulder right there, that is an Uber driver that has shown up to take Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews and Rashad Murphy back to Jacksonville. They travel back in an Uber. You'll hear testimony from the Uber driver that he picked up 3 people and drove them to Jacksonville, dropping them back at Sean Gathwright's residence. There goes Davion Murphy coming from the other side, from the back side. There's Mr. Davion Murphy. There's Mr. Gathright walking out with bags. Mr. Chance just before leaving, and Mr. Gathright. Getting the code from Mr. Chance to get back in. Now, you'll see Mr. Gathright go to the side. He'll leave in the Impala by himself. Davion Murphy drives the Chevy Cruze back to Jacksonville. So all of them go back to Jacksonville except Sean Gathright. Mr. Gathright, again, picked up on a license plate reader. This time, well, this is the other one we looked at earlier where he's coming. But you can see now he's being picked up on the 23rd at 4:13 hours, eastbound I-4. He is going out I-4 to the east. And then you see below that at 4:25 hours, southbound 4 to 595 and C. Fred Jones Parkway in Polk County. He is traveling to his grandmother's house in Auburndale at Opal Avenue, Auburndale. Here is Mr. Gathright. He has parked the Chevy Impala and he's walking inside. You will also see him come out of the garage through another camera. He will start wiping down. This has been accelerated. He's wiping the car down. And he ends up switching cars with his grandmother, leaving the Impala there in Auburndale and taking a Toyota 4Runner. He drives the 4Runner to Orlando and then back to Jacksonville. But first he wipes down the Impala. There's the 4Runner. The Impala is now inside the garage. He says goodbye to his grandmother. Everything's accelerated here, trying to save some time. He travels to Orlando, and again, you see some cell phone mapping occurring down there in the lower left corner. I'm going to talk to you again about that in a few minutes. I'm going to go through that with you. But you can see Lake Eola, which is in downtown Orlando, and that first white box in the middle of the screen. Just below that, you see Church Street. He's being picked up. His phone is, he is at Parlay nightclub in Orlando, and he takes this picture of Don Julio and posts it. You'll also see some other images from that evening. He is there with other people and appears to be celebrating. This would be the night of the actual murder, and then it goes into the early morning hours of the 24th. You can see in that photograph, again, just going back to show Mr. Chance and his girlfriend going out with their bags to the Infinity, which is an Uber driver. This is the Uber. There's the receipt from Uber in the middle. It's $187, a 208-mile ride from Gazebo Pond back to Chipperfield Lane in Jacksonville to Mr. Gathwright's address. Gives the route. Uber driver will tell you he picked up 3 people and dropped them off at the address, which is Mr. Gathwright's house. This is them arriving, again, back at the place that it all started at Mr. Gathwright's house. Now, that's Miss Andrews by Mr. Chance's BMW. And you see Rashad Murphy in the light-colored jeans, holding the bag in his left hand with a beret or some kind of a cap on, opening the back door, putting a bag in it. You can see the Uber driver moving around on the left side of the vehicle, and on the right-hand side is Mr. Chance. Again, Even the ghost, Mr. Murphy, got sloppy here. It was picked up on this video. Mr. Murphy wearing jeans that are consistent with him, what he was wearing 2 days later when the silver Chevy Cruze was stopped in Gwinnett County, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, where Mr. Rashad Murphy had fled. Mr. Gathright. Mr. Gathright ends up on that same date, June 26th. He's back in Jacksonville. He gets pulled over for a traffic infraction. Officers speak with him. They end up getting him out of his car. They end up searching the 4Runner. And they find, among other items, these items. Now, the Max Tech ammunition, there are 2 boxes full of 9mm Max Tech, which is a brand of 9mm ammunition, suitable for being fired in a 9mm Glock. Max Tech is the same exact type of ammunition that was fired in this murder. There were 31 shell casings found in the crime scene, 9mm shell casings. They were all Max Tech brand shell casings. So that ammunition is found in his car. Incidentally, I mentioned earlier to you that these conspirators modified their weapons. And it wasn't just the Glock handgun that was modified to be fully automatic. When officers first arrived at the crime scene, at the murder scene, and began their investigation, they responded to the north end where the Dodge Charger had come to rest with Mr. Jones' body in it. Mr. Jones was laying across the center console during this attack. He had turned, a bullet grazed through his right arm. It slammed into his chest. It ripped through his heart and ripped through his aorta, which is the largest artery in the human body. As he continued to turn and try to go into the back seat over the center console, 2 other rounds hit him in the lower back. Those would go through his liver. By the time they reached the northern parking lot, Mr. Norris will tell you that Mr. Jones appeared to be dead. Officers who arrive there after hearing all the 911 calls, they go to where the Charger is up by the Holiday Inn. And like I told you earlier, the officers follow the massive blood trail left by Mr. Edwards and left by Mr. Norris as they fled into the Holiday Inn. Mr. Norris will tell you they ran because they didn't know where these shooters were. They thought they could still be around. So they ran directly into the nearest building, which was the Holiday Inn. They even got on the elevator, leaving this blood trail. You'll even see where they were grabbing a hold of doors, trying to knock on doors and open doors to get help. You'll see their blood on the door handles. They go up and just get off at the 3rd floor, leaving a blood trail. Officers arrive. They really don't know what they're dealing with at that point. They have all these 911 calls. They find this bullet-riddled Dodge Charger. They see the blood trail. They don't know if that's victims or shooters. Officers go in there. They think they're going to be confronting shooters, or at least they have to act that way. So they go into the hotel. They follow the blood trail. They go up to the 3rd floor where they find Xavier Edwards and Mr. Norris laying on the ground with their wounds. And they start rendering aid. Other officers arrive and begin their investigation. They start getting reports that there is a lot of damage to the south end of the home to suites in that portico. So a uniformed officer goes down there and he's looking at the damage and he's seeing all these 9mm shell casings laying there. But what he's not seeing are rifle shell casings. And you saw in those videos, and you will see in this evidence, there was a lot of rifle fire, 2 rifles firing at a high cyclical rate. There's not one rifle shell casing in that scene. And that's because these conspirators modified their weapons. They modified those AR-15 rifles by putting what are called brass catchers on the rifles. That is, it's a mesh type device that has a little metal wire frame, and it fits onto above the ejection port of the rifle, and it catches the shell casings as they're being ejected so that there's no evidence left. And that's why there were no rifle casings in that scene. I want to talk real quick before I move forward into Mr. Gathwright's stop there in Jacksonville about the attack that you've all seen now on video and have described to you. This evidence in this case will clearly show you that this was a collective orchestration of a collective intent, an intent based on malice and hatred. These shooters struck with suddenness and speed, an overwhelming firepower. They brought not 2, but 3 shooters, 2 high-powered rifles, and a fully automatic handgun into a concentrated area, easily and rapidly establishing not fire superiority, but fire supremacy over the victim and his friends. Firing with absolute, you saw in that video, the evidence will show impunity, absolute disregard for anyone that may have been in the vicinity that they were firing in. The majority of the fire funneled directly into that Dodge Charger. But make no mistake about it, every single round that was fired that night, every one of them was dripping with the combined hatred and malice of all 4 of these defendants, all 4 of them. You saw how they took advantage of this ambush, and you saw their determination, how when Mr. Edwards attempted to flee, they followed him with their rifles, shooting at that car as it was fleeing up the northbound. They were not going to stop until they were sure he was dead. Firing again without regard for human life. This ambush spot was really a perfect ambush spot. Mr. Jones was sitting, as I talked about earlier, in his car. That caged him in a way in and of itself. To his left was the employee's car. Behind him was the Hyundai, his girlfriend's car. He had nowhere to go because to the right of him were the walls of the hotel. A hotel. And on the other side of the walls of that hotel was concentrated, dense humanity. The hotel was packed. It was full of human beings, of people. Mr. Jones and his friends were turned away. Their room had been given away. The hotel was full of people, parents with their children there to attend orientation at USF, parents with their children and other people here in Tampa, sightseeing. That hotel's located right up the road from Busch Gardens and the Yuengling Brewery. They were here. All of those people in that car, in that hotel, none of that affected these shooters. They shot with impunity and with disregard for anyone in the area. And you'll hear those rifle rounds that were being shot by Mr. Davion Murphy and by Mr. Gathright as they pursued the Charger up the northwest side of the hotel. There are impacts up and down that western side of that hotel, several of which went through windows, several of which coursed through hotel rooms above sleeping guests sleeping in their beds. You will hear from one guest who will tell you she was there with her husband and her daughter's boyfriend. Her daughter's boyfriend, they were awake and grabbed her, bringing her to the ground to try to protect her. These conspirators had no cause for concern. There was mass confusion caused by the surprise and this firepower. You saw the fleeing cars, the Hyundai and the Altima, crashing into each other and going in different directions. They didn't know what had hit them. Tamia Bentley gets shot in the arm. She flees southbound on McKinley. She goes to Advent. Well, she drives a distance away, and then she goes back and picks up Tafa and Aaliyah Albright and her friends. And then they go to Advent Health where she's treated. Amani Turner, the victim's girlfriend, they're not from Tampa. They don't know where they are. She just gets out of there and goes south on McKinley. Somehow, she ends up going eastbound on Fowler, away from the hotel, and comes upon a USF Police Department traffic stop. They get out of the car, her and Mr. Howard, they make contact with the police who can barely understand them because they're so frantic. They get back in their car and they take off. The police try to follow them, but they are going so fast that it's hard for them to keep up. Miss Turner comes into, again, coming back to the west, the intersection of McKinley and Fowler. Instead of turning left and going south and going in the entrance that the conspirators took and Mr. Jones and them had taken initially, she just goes straight into the landscape. She goes over the curb, over the grass, over the bushes, into the parking lot, and ends up by the Dodge Charger in the north end of the parking lot. A TPD officer responding sees her doing that and follows her, not knowing what her involvement is. Mass confusion, but not confusion to these 4 conspirators because they simply slip away into the darkness of this confusion. They slip away and go back to their Airbnb where they hole up until they go back to Jacksonville. During this attack, I talked about there being fire supremacy, but I want you all to be assured in this evidence, there was not one round, not a one that went anywhere other than towards Charles Jones and his friends. There wasn't one round, not even one, that was fired back in defense, because there was no defense to this planned attack. As I said earlier, they laid down a solid wall of lead. Without a single round of resistance, the evidence will show nothing, zero. And they completely and utterly leveraged surprise, speed, and violence of action. Surprise, speed, and violence of action. They surprised Mr. Jones by their coordinated efforts, completely catching him off guard. He sat in the front seat of his car as helpless as a child, defenseless, completely at their mercy, and they showed none. They then acted with speed to maintain the advantage that they had gained.
So let's get Mr. Harmon again. This is just opening statement as far as what the state believes the evidence will show.
They went to their firing positions rapidly, using speed in this attack, maintaining the advantage that they had gained through the surprise of this ambush. Violence of action. They brought overwhelming firepower. As I said, not one high-powered rifle, but two. Not a single shooter, three shooters, triangulating their fire. One, Davion Murphy, acting as a backup shooter, as a hedge against flight, which worked like a charm in this case because Mr. Edwards drove right in to that vortex of fire. These conspirators were taking no chances. Not this time. Charles Jones would not escape this attack. Now, going back to Mr. Gathride's traffic stop. So he has 2 boxes of ammunition. The brand matches the brand of the 9mm shell casings in the scene. There are a lot of brands you will hear from the firearms examiner and analyst to the state of Florida will call from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's crime laboratory here in Tampa, an expert in firearms and tool mark analysis. She will tell you, and you will also hear from a detective, Bernardo de Jesus, who has a lot of expertise in Glock firearms, AR-15s, and the firearms industry as a whole, that there are many, many, many types of 9mm ammunition, Federal, Remington, Spear, CCI, Fiocchi, all kinds of brands. And out of all those brands, Mr. Cathrite had MaxTech in his car. The same brand as the 9mm ammunition found, the shell casings that were left in the scene. He also had this box in that Forerunner, a box that was full of 5.56 NATO shell casings and 223 Remington shell casings, both of which can be fired, you will hear in the evidence, from a 5.56 caliber chambered rifle. They are both compatible with being fired. Now, in this investigation, you heard that this wasn't the first attempt on Charles Jones' life. 9 months earlier, when he was leaving his house at 6 in the morning, 6 hours after the murder of Antonio Tilly, attackers with high-powered rifles shot up his car when he pulled up to a stop sign. He was able to escape with his life. He had a leg wound. Incidentally, that bullet stayed in his body and was recovered from his leg during the autopsy in this case. But those attackers did not use brass catchers, and law enforcement collected several rifle shell casings in that scene. And they compared them to these shell casings from Mr. Gathride's Forerunner. And guess what? They were identified to each other as having been fired by the same rifle. Mr. Gathride's house, just a standard suburban house. You see the Forerunner sitting there in front. Again, this is where they left from on that Saturday. Officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office obtained a search warrant, and they searched Mr. Gathride's house. One of the things they found was in the sink. They found all this items torn up, paper, cardboard, plastic, soaking in water. And when they took it out and put it onto a sheet of paper to let it dry, they noticed that all of these wrappings and packagings all dealt with firearms. there's Magpul, there's Sig Sauer. These are all manufacturers of firearms, ammunition, and firearm components. During the search of this residence, they found ammunition boxes with ammunition. That box is full of, the evidence will show, 5.56 NATO rounds loaded, some shotgun shells. This box is full of 5.56 NATO rounds. And then they looked at this safe. Inside the safe, they located some rifles and they located a brass catcher. This one had been detached. But inside of that brass catcher, they located 2 9mm shell casings. Those shell casings were compared to a 9mm shell casing from the scene of Mr. Jones' murder by the same firearms analyst, Amare Drew, the same analyst I was talking about earlier. And these 2 shell casings were matched to that shell casing that was fired from that fully automatic Glock in the murder, in our case, of Mr. Jones. This was found Mr. Gathwright's residence inside of a brass catcher. And then they found a rifle with an attached brass catcher. And they found another rifle, both AR style rifles, one a 300 blackout, one a 5.56 NATO chambered rifle. They found magazines for 5.56, also can be utilized with 300 blackout to run in an AR-15. That magazine, that's the top of the magazine where the bullets feed into the gun, that is 5.56 ammunition. And then this is back at the sheriff's office. We saw earlier some of the ammunition that's laid out. In July, Mr. Chance and his girlfriend were detained and arrested at Mr. Chance's residence in Jacksonville. This is July 27th, in a summer rain shower by officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. That's Mr. Chance, who had been called out of his residence and backed up and came out before being handcuffed, and Miss Andrews. We saw this earlier with Mr. Chance. So I want to talk to you real briefly. I want to start talking specifically about each defendant, some evidence that you're going to hear and see that's related individually to these 4 defendants. But first, you will see in the evidence, there was a lot of what's called cell phone mapping, where the historical use of a cell phone is looked into and investigated. That is a cell tower. We see those everywhere in our communities. On the top of the cell tower are the antennas. This cell tower has 3 sides to it. Those vertical items are antennas that are pointing off of those 3 sides. Now, what this shows, this is just a demonstrative exhibit to show you that each cell tower, especially ones that are 3-sided like that, there will be 360-degree coverage all the way around the cell tower. But each of those sides covers a third of that 360 degrees. So each of them is covering 120 degrees. And that's what that is showing. And those are called sectors. Sectors. You saw earlier some mapping, shading that looked pie shape. That's why you will see that over the next several slides. So when you look at a slide like this is a mapping of one of the defendant's phones in the murder scene. You see the icon murder scene, that's right there, south of the University of South Florida. So when you're looking at that, the apex of those lines, the corner, is where the cell tower is. And then that is the sector of that cell tower. Those antennas are covering that third of the 360 degrees. And that area out there is where the handset, the phone is, because it's connecting to that side of the cell tower. Mr. Gathwright, this is a photograph from one of the cameras on the Tesla that picked up Mr. Gathwright and Mr. Murphy running around the front end of that Tesla. You can see he is literally covered head to toe. Head to toe. He's wearing a hoodie, something black over his face, maybe a gaiter or some kind of a bandana. He's carrying a rifle, but you can still see a sliver of the top of his face that it's light skinned, and you can see his hands are light skinned, and then he has a very thin build. So we start here with Mr. Gathwright. This is when he is at his house. Remember, we saw this video earlier. This is the same time, 2:45:48, when they're loading the Impala on June 22nd, and his phone is hitting off a cell tower that his house lays in that sector. So it is mapping his cell phone while he is there. This is a mapping of him leaving Jacksonville and heading down to Tampa and going through. So what you're going to see as this mapping, each time you see a line being generated, it's giving the date, the time, and the latitude, longitude coordinates of that connection, the phone connecting to a cell tower. You can see the sides of the cell tower being utilized. And now you can see the phone is moving as it connects to one cell tower, moving to another, moving to the next. So it demonstrates movement of the cell phone. Now he is heading down past UC Gainesville. Soon you'll see him getting off of 301 onto 75 South. He's going down through Ocala, coming straight down. His phone is down 75. Now you see the markers down here relevant to our case. You see the Airbnb. You see him utilizing towers right south of the Airbnb. His phone will sit there for quite a while until about 9:30, and then his phone will travel down to the Teasers Club, which I'll come back to here momentarily. And then back to Airbnb, where it stays for a little bit, into the latter part of the 22nd, going into the morning of the 23rd. And now he starts moving back to Teasers. This is around the time that Mr. Jones is showing up at the club. Mr. Gathrights' phone is right there. And now he's moving again, and now he's over by Truth 18. And now his phone is tracking. You'll see it start tracking away from Truth 18, back up McKinley to the murder scene, and then back to the Airbnb, where it'll stay for quite a while. Now he tracks eastbound across I-4, past Lakeland, over into Polk County, to Auburndale. What you saw in there was at about 9:30, Mr. Gathright, after arriving around 7:30, 7:45 to the Airbnb, about 2 hours later, he travels down to Teasers at 9:30, many hours before Mr. Jones gets there. He's casing Teasers. He's checking the lay of the land at Teasers. And you're going to hear in the evidence that he is searching for Mr. Jones, looking and monitoring.
Okay, again, Mr. Harmon, just a reminder that this is the evidence that the state believes he will show, okay?
Yes, the evidence will show that during this time period, Mr. Gathright is searching online for Mr. Jones. He is seeing the postings on Instagram, but again, that requires him to DM Mr. Jones to get his address. They're trying to locate Mr. Jones. So here is his cell phone hitting at Teasers at 9:35. He has left the Airbnb. Now he heads back to the Airbnb around 10:30, 10:40. Now he's back at Teasers, and then over to Truth 18. You can see his phone is in the sector of that cell tower just to the east of Truth 18. There he is at Truth 18. And now you can see in the middle of your screen, it's kind of light, kind of hard to see, the murder scene. His phone is at the murder scene, and there are two towers south of the murder scene that he is in. They're northbound sectors, and then there's another tower just to the east, and he's in the westbound sector. Now, you will also find in the evidence that Mr. Gathright sends a text to a girl named Kyla. And he says on the top, I need you all to text Fat Boy. He sends this around 12:32, all right? Fat Boy is Xavier Edwards. I need you to text him. Kyla texts back, about what? He texts back, sis, I need you to text Fat Boy. tell him you're trying to pull up, about trying to see him tonight. She texts back, I'm gone. Him while I'm out. Then he texts Kyla back. He in Tampa. But make it seem like he there. He had a B&B with 6. That's Mr. Jones, Mr. 6. Be like, where are you at? Be like, where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk and you trying to F. Then he texts her, never mind, in VO. Then she texts back, still before 1 o'clock a.m. on the 23rd. Who B&B? 6. That's Mr. Jones. Fools. Mr. Jones, Foolio. It's his B-Day and fat boy with him. Xavier Edwards. Mr. Gathwright's trying to locate, the evidence will show, clearly trying to locate Mr. Jones on the night of his murder. She texts back, not here in JX, Jacksonville. No, they in Tampa. She says, what? But play like you know it. Then she says, fat boy going to Beezer's tonight or some shit like that. Beezer's, teasers. So she has communicated with him. Is he there yet? He wants to know at 1:25, and she says no. So he is utilizing this girl, Kyla, to contact Xavier Edwards to get information on the whereabouts of Charles Jones within hours of his murder. Now, Mr. Gathwright is receiving messages from Alicia Andrews' phone, which is saved in his account under the name Bron, B-R-O-N, at 2 o'clock in the morning, around the time that they're at Teasers.
Can we approach briefly?
Sure. I noticed some of your scanning, which is fine. I don't have a problem at all if I'm talking with the attorneys. Do we need breaks? Do we need a comfort break? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So it is 12:01. We are gonna take a little bit of a later lunch. I wanna at least give the state a chance to wrap up their opening statement. We'll take a relatively quick lunch break, and then we will proceed with the defense opening statements if they choose to make one, okay? All right, so just a quick 10-minute comfort break, all right?
All right.
Oh. Reporters here, okay?
All right. All judges are engaged.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. And everyone have a seat. Mr. Harmon, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what I was saying before we broke, Miss Andrews' phone starts sharing her live location with Mr. Gathwright at 2. Of course, that is Mr. Chance. We saw that in the other evidence doing that. In this slide, you can see that when the Impala is seen in the north end of the parking lot of Teasers, Mr. Gathwright The driver of that car, his cell phone is hitting off of cell towers around teasers. The cell tower to the north, he is in the southeastern sector of the cell tower to the south and northern sector. When they are at Truth 18, you can see the Impala on video, and at the same time, Mr. Gathride's phone is hitting off a tower just to the east of Truth 18. More messaging. Miss Andrews' device sends live location to him at 4:25 a.m., about 10 minutes before the murder occurs. And again, that's going to be Mr. Chance utilizing her phone to do that. And then when the Impala is seen at the murder scene, Mr. Gathride's phone is hitting off of multiple towers right there in that scene. Mr. Gathride's phone, when he is seen on video holding his phone, talking to Mr. Chance, getting the code, is hitting off of a tower just south of the Airbnb. His phone, when he is at his grandmother's house in Auburndale, is hitting off a tower just to the south of that address. And when he's in Orlando, it's hitting there. His phone is a communication with Isaiah Chance. Now, these are different. This is CDRs, call detail records. This is a list of all calls made, dates, times, outgoing, incoming, the phone being called or the phone receiving from. He is communicating with Gathride's phone around the time on 6:22 and to Miss Andrews' phone by these records alone. Some images of the shooter on the top, farthest out away from the hotel. You can see the muzzle flash on that rifle that shooter is holding, but you can see the shooter is tall, thin, wearing a hoodie, more muzzle flashes. You can see a good outline in the headlights of the rifle, the outline of the rifle, including the sling attached to the rifle that is around his shoulder. But this is a tall, thin shooter with light skin. You can see him running into this tree because of his height. He is falling backwards, but is agile enough to catch himself and to continue firing. And again, his hand and his face are exposed, and you can see the light skin. There is no doubt in this evidence and the evidence that we brought before you that that shooter was Mr. Gathright. This is a list of phone numbers. Mr. Gathright had got rid of his phone and was obtaining a new phone, had made a handwritten list that included several of his co-defendants' names and numbers. Moving on to Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, the evidence will demonstrate to you, was the Glock pistol shooter. You can see the Glock in his left hand. You will find in the evidence Mr. Rashad Murphy is left-handed, his dominant hand. You can see the extended magazine sticking up just to his lower back on the outside. Covered head to toe. Now, on June 21st of 24, the Friday night at 10:24, 22:24, Mr. Murphy was shopping at a Walmart in Jacksonville. I think we can get some video here. He is holding a phone in his right hand that is has a pink case. He's walking around. You can see the clothing he is wearing, the positioning of the belt and the type of belt. He is wearing boots, all of which look similar to the clothing being worn on the lower body of the Glock shooter, both going on the lower middle and coming back from the shooting scene. You can see in the video in the top middle photo, there is some type of an issue, a cut or something in the left knee area of the pants. But anyways, that phone, when Mr. Murphy leaves Tampa in the Uber and goes back to Jacksonville, the same Uber with Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews, he doesn't stay in Jacksonville. That's not far enough away. He flees the state of Florida. He flees into the state of Georgia, up to Atlanta, and is stopped on the 26th by Gwinnett County PD, who pick up his vehicle, the same car that was being utilized by Mr. Chance as the tracking spotter car the surveillance car, the Chevy Cruze, the car that belonged to his brother's baby mama. It is picked up on an LPR flock system that Gwinnett County contracts with them. Officers from Gwinnett County start searching the area, and they come upon a hotel where there is flock activity, LPR activity. They stay in that area in the early morning hours of the 26th, and they end up encountering Mr. Murphy returning to the hotel in that Cruze just around daybreak. He pulls into a spot. A Gwinnett County PD cruiser pulls up behind him. You will hear from that officer. You will see his body-worn camera as he exits the car, taking into account why this car is a suspect car. He draws his firearm and points it at Mr. Murphy, who is exiting the car, ordering him to show him his hands. And instead, Mr. Murphy turns and runs and flees around the corner of the hotel. The uniformed officer gives pursuit on foot. You will see the video. He tases. He's yelling at Mr. Murphy, "Stop, police." He tases him, which knocks him to the ground, and they're able to take him into custody. Back in the car being utilized in navigation mode is that same phone. It is a phone that this defendant shares with Charmaine Steiger, and it is a phone that he left in Jacksonville. Mr. Murphy, you will not see any cell phone evidence for the ghost because he left his phone in Jacksonville. You can see Mr. Murphy's head poking up between the palm trees just before the attack. In the left, you see Mr. Murphy in custody in Gwinnett County. He is accompanied by Charmaine Steiger, his girlfriend, and the mother, I believe, of his children. They had booked into a hotel. He's wearing the same jeans that he's wearing in the driveway of the Gathright residence, Mr. Gathrit's residence, when they came back in the Uber, but that's really not, I don't believe, going to be in dispute that is him in the driveway. This is the close-up of the reservation being made with the Airbnb at Lagoon. Hello, Rashad. Thank you for your reservation. It goes through confirming your reservation at Lagoon Oasis, staying from June 22nd to the 24th. And you can see that reservation is being made. You can see just at the bottom there, 3:58 a.m., early morning. He's asked to forward his driver's license. These are found inside of that phone that is collected in Gwinnett County. You'll hear from Gwinnett County officers that they conducted a search of this phone. And you can see there those images of the DL, his DL or ID card being sent on June 22nd, about 8 o'clock in the morning, 4 in the morning. Let me see. Yes, 4 in the morning, because that's 8 o'clock UTC. So that would be 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. These images were located to the left in the phone, photographs taken of his leg and his feet showing footwear that appears to be the same type of footwear that the Glock shooter is wearing in the crime scene. On June 23rd of 2024 at around noon, Mr. Murphy posts this to his Instagram account under Ghost 187. Prosper and Junior, G-Day today, which you will hear from gang detectives. G-Day is Get Back Day today. Prosper, he puts down 187 babies. Prosper and Junior were individuals who were shot several years prior. They were members of a predecessor gang that became 1200. And that is an homage to them, the state would prove to you in its evidence just after the murder of Mr. Jones. Gerard Adams, going back to that murder that occurred in August of 18, Mr. Adams is a blood cousin of both of the Murphys, Davion and Rashad. So this wasn't just about gang affiliations. The evidence will show. As far as Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, July 30th of 2024, because he was released by Gwinnett County. He was not arrested for murder up in Gwinnett County. There was not a warrant active at that time. July 30th, he was arrested in Jacksonville by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office detectives. And he was interviewed by two gang detectives, and you will hear their testimony. And they ask him about this murder, and they ask him about being in Tampa. He denies that he was in Tampa, and he denies it several times that he was in Tampa. He does admit that the silver Chevy Cruze that he was stopped in Georgia and arrested in, that he did obtain that from his brother's, the mother of his brother's children. He claims that he let someone borrow it that weekend of the murder to take it to Orlando. He admits that the phone that was in his possession in Georgia in the car, the Cruze, is a phone that he shares with Miss Steiger. But he challenges the officers to look at it because they won't confirm or be able to find any way to prove that it was in Tampa, which it wasn't because he didn't bring it with him. And he again stands and on the story that he loaned out the silver Chevy Cruze, claiming that it was returned to him on the 23rd. As far as the Airbnb, he says he doesn't know anything about it. He would never let anybody put it in his name. When confronted with the text messages, he admits that he sent a picture of his ID, but he didn't know that it was being booked in Tampa. And again says he was never in Tampa, not that weekend. Doesn't know anything about the murder, about Tampa. And then the detectives confront him with the Uber video from Sean Gathride's house, and then everything changes. First, he says he goes there all the time. He describes Sean as a light-skinned guy. Then he admits that he put the Airbnb in his name, but keeps denying he went to Tampa. Then the detectives step out of the interview room for a while. Meanwhile, Rashad Murphy there's a blanket in there to keep him warm, puts it over his head, lays his head on the table for a while. They come back in and he still tells them he wasn't in Tampa. Then he claims he was physically in Tampa that week, and he changes his story. He's seen the Uber video. He says early that morning of the 23rd, he and another guy who the detectives investigate and find is a deceased person traveled to Tampa in some old car. He wasn't even here for 2 hours. He does mention that he went in the back door of a residence. And then he says he hopped in the Uber, just hopped in and came straight back to Jacksonville in an Uber. I want to talk to you real quick about principles and go through this a little bit with you. If a defendant helps another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other persons did. If the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that he intended that the crime occur and that he did some act or said something, anything, that was intended to and did either incite his co-defendants, cause them, or encourage them, or assist them, or advise them to actually commit or attempt to commit a crime. So a principal is a person who intends for the murder to happen and either incites, causes, encourages by some word they say or some act that they do that the other person or persons commit or attempt to commit the crime. For first-degree murder, the state must prove that the defendant intended the killing of the victim, in this case, Charles Jones. It's not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder will be committed, as long as that person intended that it be committed and did some act or said something that was intended to help or did help the murder to occur. But almost most importantly, a principal does not have to be present when the crime is committed. They don't have to be present when the crime is committed. If the defendant is found to be a principal, he is legally responsible and accountable for everything that his co-defendants did. And that leads us to Mr. Chance. Mr. Chance, along with his girlfriend, were in the car that was tracking, following, and surveilling Mr. Jones, and again, providing real-time information as to his whereabouts and location, even with the type of coordination that as the victim is exiting Teasers, the Impala comes right there within a minute and pulls into the parking lot from a completely opposite direction. This is his mapping. It maps him going all the way down from Gathrigh's house, all the way down to the Airbnb. And it's the same kind of mapping sequence that we saw with Mr. Gathright. But instead of going to Auburndale and Orlando, it tracks him back in that Uber going back north. We talked about Mr. Gathright or Mr. Chance being atGathright's house. He's hitting off of cell towers right there at the same time. Again, hitting off cell towers, so we know he's there. His phone is hitting off of the tower just south of the Airbnb at the same time on the 22nd that his girlfriend is seen at the front door. He also, you will see in the cell tower mapping, goes to the area of Teasers around 9:30 and is there for over an hour. You can see here the cell tower that his phone is utilizing by Teasers. When he's at Teasers at 2:30 in the morning with Miss Andrews on the video, his phone is hitting off a tower. This cell phone tower is hitting near Hillsborough and 15th at the same time that the Chevy Cruze is being picked up on a license plate reader at 15th Street in Hillsborough. You will see a lot of overlapping in the state's evidence. And then the murder scene. When the Chevy Cruze is in the murder scene, Mr. Chance's cell phone is utilizing towers just to the south of the murder scene. When the Cruze is right there by Home to Suites, right before the murder, again, using that tower just to the south of the murder scene. And then he's back at the Airbnb mapped there at around 3:08, which is around the time the Uber left. His phone is in contact with Miss Andrews' phone. His phone is in contact with Mr. Gathwright's phone. His phone is in contact with Davion Murphy's phone. And his phone is in contact on the 20th of June, a couple of days before they left, with Rashad Murphy, Charmaine Steiger's phone. And on June 23rd at 10:29 a.m., just hours after the death of Charles Jones, he posts this to his Instagram account, a photograph of Mr. Chance, and the person giving the bird there on the other side of the car is Antonio Tilley, who we know is a dead, or not a dead ops, but is a member of their gang that was murdered. Mr. Chance, see if I can do it, giving the 1-12-1200 gang sign. There will be many other images of him throwing gang signs. This was found in his house during a search warrant. Bully down. That is talking about the 6-block bully gang. Miss Andrews' phone maps pretty much consistently all the way through with Mr. Chance's phone. Wherever his phone is, her phone is mapping there too, including the murder scene. So I will move through that, and including McDonald's. This is a photograph taken by her phone when she and Mr. Chance were in the Truth 18 parking lot. And you can see in the background the second floor where the Truth 18 club is with the patrons. Outside, This is Miss Andrews' phone being mapped near Lottie off of 301, the city of Lottie. And there at the same time on an LPR is the Infinity on the left SUV, the Uber that ends up at Mr. Gathrigh's house. And of course, her cell phone is there. Davion Murphy, who the state believes the evidence will show is the shooter with the orange ski mask, who was up behind the other two shooters. We have mapping of his phone from Jacksonville there. His phone is hitting off a tower just to the side of the McDonald's at the time he is there in the Chevy Cruze. His phone is hitting off of a tower just to the south of the Airbnb at 2:59, several hours after the murder as they were getting ready to leave. And then his phone is hitting off of a tower near Lake Butler, Florida, just northeast of Gainesville, at the same time that it is being picked up on an LPR right there at Main Street in Lake Butler, Florida. His phone is in contact with Isaiah Chance. Mr. Murphy is the biggest, heaviest one of these defendants, just like the shooter who takes the rearward position in this attack. That's Mr. Murphy. When he was arrested, you will see tattoos. You see many on his neck and chest. He has a 1200 tattoo on the back of his neck. He has the name of people from 1200 who have been murdered tattooed on his body. And in this video, you will clearly see in the evidence Mr. Davion Murphy taking full credit for his role in this shooting. That is just after his arrest, when he is left alone in an interview room. Just to show, because it was a video, I wanted you to see a couple of still shots of Mr. Davion Murphy in action. You can see the muzzle flash, you can see the orange or reddish ski mask, and you can see his position, shooting directly at the Charger, shooting again at the Charger, and a last time. And there's Mr. Gathright on the bottom, following Mr. Edwards and the Charger and Mr. Jones. And then Mr. Murphy returning, being caught on the Tesla video. Now, this is a X-application chat room, for lack of a better term. You see several icons on that black screen. Those are all people that are in this chat room. The victim is present under the name ESPN 98. That is Julio Foolio, Charles Jones. That would be in the upper right of those icons. And just so you all understand what you're going to hear is that all of these people in this chat room can talk at the same time. You're going to hear a lot of overlapping. You're going to hear a lot of young ladies talking, but you will clearly hear Charles Jones talking, and you will clearly hear Gutta Man, you can see his name on there, Mr. Chance talking. They are arguing, and you will clearly hear Mr. Chance say, "Hey, Foolio, your foot okay, cuz? Your foot okay?" This was after, this is June 6th. This is June 6th of 2024, 9 months after Mr. Charles Jones was shot in his lower leg in Jacksonville. A shooting where there were shell casings scientifically linked to defendant Gathright, Mr. Chance's friend. And you will hear Mr. Jones reply to him if you listen.
Hey, God, if you was here, they telling us niggas ain't wild, that's what I'm talking. Hey, no, but okay, y'all what happened? My foot good, man. I've been got bigger fish to fry. Your ass got bigger fish to fry, boy. react, niggas gonna be around niggas on most motherfuckers just saying all type of crazy ass shit. I'm not getting tired of dumb ass shit. And I know Corner give a fuck, man. Like, I ain't mad about that shit, cause like the shit ain't true. So I feel like get mad about that shit. It's just like the little creep shit and like the other shit. Like, damn, better man creep now? That shit crazy. Alright, cool.
Y'all talking in circles. Y'all talking in circles.
Well, you oh, well, how you gonna do that? You said what? What? Julio, why do you think people fall out? People be lonely and shit, bro.
He left me in talking. He ain't lonely. No, he got lonely. No, hey, hold on. Hey, Karen, what you mean he got me and you for the devil?
So when they are communicating, you can see the speaker icon below their name moving. So anyways, you may have to listen to it a couple of times in the evidence, but you can clearly hear Gutterman, defendant Chance, say, hey, Foolio, I think he says, hey, Foolio, your foot okay, cuz? And he says, yeah, my foot okay. I got bigger fish to fry. Then they start going back and forth. And Mr. Jones was already making comments calling him Gutterman or Gutta before that. But what's interesting, and this is recovered by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang detectives who were monitoring this in the early part of June of 2024, and they intercept this and record it. On Mr. Gathride's phone, he has communication from Rashad Murphy's phone on that same date at approximately 11:18, shortly after that recording was obtained by JSO, by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at 22:36, of Chance arguing with Mr. Jones on that X Spaces app. Gathright receives communication from Rashad Murphy. On the left, make sure that's going to be Rashad Murphy. Make sure Brad a good headspace before he go with his move. We got bigger shit to tend to. They ain't worth inward energy. Below that, you see the response from Mr. Gathright. He likes it first, and then he says, I ain't heard from bro, talking about Mr. Chance today, but I'm going to check in with him. On the right-hand side, Mr. Rashad Murphy then sends this message. This is going around a little after 3 a.m. Probably not going to pick up. He on IG, Instagram, letting Death's N-words get him out of character. He turned up on that MF RN. And Mr. Gathright replies, damn, all right, let me see what's up. So we got bigger shit to tend to. This evidence alone demonstrates to you, number one, that all of these defendants know each other, they're coordinating with each other, and that this conspiracy is in existence as early as June 6, over 2 weeks before the murder of Charles Jones. Rashad Murphy in this evidence is trying to stop his co-defendant Chance, his co-conspirator, from letting the cat out of the bag. The evidence in this case will show you all. In this conspiracy and this murder, there was no cold feet. Nobody had cold feet. There was no hesitation. There was absolutely zero, nada, mercy shown to Charles Jones or his friends. What the evidence will show you in this trial is a cold-blooded, premeditated execution. A precise, a coordinated attack with nothing left to chance and no detail spared. The state's evidence in this case is going to reach back to the early morning darkness of June 23rd, 2024, and we are going to drag that conspiracy out of that darkness and into the bright lights of this courtroom for you, all of you, and everyone to see its wicked and vile nature, to see the malice, and to see the premeditation. For Charles Jones, there were no more birthdays. All that was left was a funeral. The state's evidence will prove to each and every one of you, beyond any doubt, we had a lot of discussions about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We're going to prove this case to you beyond any doubt. There's not going to be any doubt. The evidence in this case will convince each of you. You will know, and it'll be crystal clear to you, that all four of these defendants conspired and murdered Charles Jones.
All right, very good. Members of the jury, it's 12:45, so we're going to take our lunch break. We're going to have an hour for lunch. So just remember my previous admonition. You're not to talk to anybody about this case. You're not to read, watch, listen to any news or social media posts about this case. And we will reconvene at 1:45. Okay? See you then.
All rise.
Let's see how far we gonna get through the magic of television. Let's see.
Order of how the individuals are named in the indictment. What's your preference? You want to talk about it?
We can talk about it.
Okay, yeah, just let me know before we go into openings what the lineup's going to be, okay? All right.
Could I have just a general estimation, because I just have witnesses coming in, and I just want to put.
Okay, close enough. I ain't gonna skip it past this part because we still need to try to get through some any little breaks and things they have there through the miracles of television. We close. I can't tell you how many minutes I'm behind. We close though. So I'm just gonna let it run. It damn it, it looked like they tricked us. Hold on. Are y'all backing out, niggas? No, they are not begging. Okay, we may catch up to the actual. Okay, niggas is walking in slowly, still no sound. Damn, is he handcuffed to the sheriff deputy? Shit. Them folks serious with their security. That boy was Mr. Gaines handcuffed himself to the prisoner.
Very good. Did you all have a chance to determine the lineup for opening statements?
To the order of the indictment.
Okay, sure. Are our jurors back?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, everybody ready to go? Mr. Harmon's, do you anticipate Mr. Harmon being back for?
Judge, I think he was right behind us. I'll make sure he literally was here.
Okay.
You know what? I wonder if he went the wrong way.
I do think that Mr. Gonzalez is going to go first for the witness. So
That's fine.
okay,
Yeah, that's fine.
it may shift that.
Yeah, just give me the heads up if it's shifting. I don't care. I just would like to know ahead of time. So I'm not just going Bueller. Anyone? Bueller? Okay, can we go ahead and get started?
We can't judge if you don't mind if I object on his behalf.
That's fine. I'd rather get going.
Okay.
So,
Which I'm sure everyone would not.
okay, let's just get going. Let's
Okay.
bring him in.
Yes, Judge. All rise. All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Petratus, do you wish to make an opening statement on behalf of your client, Isaiah Chance? Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. As you all know, my name is Justin Petrides, and I, along with Christopher Bolt, Richard Watts, and Brandy Smith, represent Isaiah Chance. The state has charged Isaiah Chance with first-degree premeditated murder. That's as serious as it gets in the state of Florida. That is await your decision and what we do here these next few weeks. And that is precisely why the Constitution demands the highest burden in the legal system, beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, and every step of the way. Isaiah doesn't have to prove anything. I mention that again, not that you don't know that, you know that very well, not only because it's constitutional bedrock, because I want you to view this state not through Isaiah, but through what the state can prove, and more importantly, what they cannot prove. I ask you to hold the state to their very high burden, which is ruling out every reasonable doubt of every fact and element necessary to prove the allegations against Mr. Chance. That is their burden. That's what you swore to hold them to, and that's what I'm going to ask you to do. As you know, they're attempting to prove three things against Isaiah Chance. Him as a principal, two things. Isaiah is a principal, premeditated murder, and conspiracy to commit that murder. And to do that, they need to prove three things. That Isaiah wanted Charles Jones dead. I ask you to look for that conscious intent that he wanted Charles Jones dead. Not speculation, not inferences, the conscious intent. Make the state prove that. I believe they will be unable to do so once you've seen all the evidence. They also have to prove that he had actual knowledge of the plan, that specific plan, to kill Charles Jones that night. Again, not inferences. Not
This nigga is full of shit.
What his behavior may or may not have meant. I believe at the end of the evidence, they will be unable to do so once you've seen it all. And lastly, that he did something, some act, some concrete step. Mr. Harmon showed you the list of what constitutes that in the principal statute. Help, assist, cause, encourage. However, I believe once you see all the evidence, any act that he's done requires you to speculate as to its meaning, and that you also speculate as to the knowledge he had when he did that act. Watch carefully through this trial. I believe when you see all the evidence, the state will be unable to prove any of those three things. And if they can't prove any of those, you would have to find Mr. Chance not guilty. Let's start with knowledge. The state's theory will be that he was part of a conspiracy, that Isaiah was part of this conspiracy to kill Charles Jones. And he traveled to Tampa knowing the purpose of that trip was to kill Charles Jones. But ask yourself, is there going to be a witness, a piece of evidence, a text message, an admission, something that proves that Isaiah knew about this plan, that he had knowledge of the plan to kill Charles Jones? I submit they will not. They will be unable to rule out, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Isaiah simply was not aware of the specific plan to kill Charles Jones. For instance, Mr. Harmon showed Isaiah Chance moving bags. Look for evidence that Isaiah knew what was in those bags, not the assumption that he must have known or he could have known or he should have known. Look for proof that anyone knew what was in those bags. Wait for a witness to testify that they could say what was in those bags and that Isaiah knew what was in those bags. I submit that will not come during the evidence. Now, in jury selection, Ms. Doherty mentioned a principal hypothetical. I believe it involved Angelina Jolie. But in that scenario, we had a nanny who was the principal. We had her boyfriend who did the physical act of kidnapping the children in this case. But we were privy in that scenario to the conversation between the nanny, the principal, and the person who committed it. So there was no confusion about whether or not she had knowledge of this crime they were going to commit. That is not going to be the case, I submit here. You're not going to hear evidence that Isaiah was aware, like in this case, like in the hypothetical. Do not fill in the holes to the state's case. Hold them to that burden. Make them prove that Isaiah had knowledge of this plan. Now let's talk about an act in furtherance. Again, it needs more than being present. It needs more than association. It needs more than just traveling to a city. I believe the evidence will not show an act, something that Isaiah did to assist this murder, while having the knowledge that the murder was taking place. This goes back to Mr. Wise's example in jury selection about the progressive commercial, I believe, with Jamie, where he helps people drive away from a bank robbery, not knowing they've committed the bank robbery. You have to have knowledge that the crime was going to occur and commit an act of furtherance to help that crime. You need it all. We talked about the Airbnb being booked. Mr. Harmon did in 1.3 miles, I think he said, away from the murder scene. However, I believe the evidence will show you that Mr. Jones did not book that hotel until just before they got there, hours before, whereas the Airbnb was booked days before. So this wasn't a situation where they followed someone to where they thought they were going to be. No one knew they were going to be at this Home 2 Suites. We've seen a picture of Isaiah on the phone, not his phone, on what they believe Alicia Andrews' phone, talking to what they believe Sean Gathright. Look for the state to be able to prove what is the contents of that phone call. I submit they will not be able to prove what was said in that phone call, and definitely not be able to prove that phone call had anything to do with the murder. They want you to assume it did. They want you to say it probably did, but that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. I would also submit that that's the only time that he's seen with Alicia's phone. And that will be stacked on the inference that he had knowledge. Doing something, stacked on the inference that he had knowledge. And you can't stack inferences. You also were shown that Isaiah didn't get to the crime scene, allegedly, until we know for a fact, till after the shooter's car was already there. They were there first and he was there. We also know, as Mr. Harmon pointed out, the shooter's car was watching Mr. Jones leave Truth 18. So they knew when he left. Mr. Harmon also showed that Isaiah was driving at Teasers. That's the only time he's seen driving that silver Cruise. Just like that's the only time he's seen on the phone, on Alicia's phone. Yet Mr. Harmon continued to say through his opening, here's Isaiah texting from her phone. Here's Isaiah texting from her phone. Here's Isaiah sending this from the phone. There's no proof of that. I asked you to look for proof did Isaiah ever use her phone more than once? We have the one time on camera. They need to prove the other times. You cannot just assume every time her phone is used, Isaiah's the one using it. Without proof. I submit there will be none. Just like you cannot prove, you cannot assume that just because that silver Cruze is driving, that Isaiah is the one driving it. I submit you will not be able to, there will be no evidence showing that he's driving it at Truth 18, and no evidence that in that video at the crime scene, you'll have no evidence of who's driving the car. And you cannot assume he's driving that car at that time. They want you to believe he's a lookout, but look for evidence of what he did, not assumption based on the phone use that we don't know he's using. Look for evidence of what he did as a lookout at that crime scene to help in furtherance of the crime. We saw the car drive by. We didn't see it stop. We didn't see any communication between the two. Look for proof of communication between Isaiah, not a phone, didn't belong to him, Isaiah and the alleged shooters. I submit you will not find any. Again, you need to find specific intent that he wanted Charles Jones dead that night in that murder. And I submit you will not have that. The evidence will not show that. You will see no statement. You will hear no admission. You will see nothing that puts you in the mind of Isaiah Chance. Nothing on that stand will be able to put you in that mind. It will be assumption and speculation. They will lean on cell phone data and location evidence, but that is not intent. And they will lean on social media. You saw the spaces. That requires a lot of speculation as to what exactly that meant weeks before in what Mr. Harmon referred to as an argument. I would take umbrage with that. We'll see what you believe. What the evidence will not show you is Isaiah Chance firing a weapon. It will not show you Isaiah Chance directing anyone to fire a weapon. The alleged gun that he's in his possession, that's the last time we could see that gun. And there's no indication that specific gun was used or involved in the murder whatsoever. The state's evidence, I do not believe, will give you the unambiguous definitive proof the law requires before you can find him guilty of either charge. The prosecution is going to tell you a story. It's built on cell phone data, location, gang rivalries, a lot of which happened before Isaiah probably could even drive. For instance, those two videos that were, I think the first one was Spinabins and Young and Ace happened 5 years ago. That's what we're talking about, 5 years ago. When you hear all the evidence, I do not believe you believe the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They will show you he traveled to Tampa. They will show you he was present that night. But then they will ask you to make a leap, to assume that presence equals guilt, that association equals conspiracy, and that being there means he planned a murder. And that is not proof, that is speculation, that is assumption, and does not meet their high burden. I'm going to ask you not to fill in the gaps of the state's case. They're going to paint a picture for you. They need to paint the whole picture. They can't ask you to connect the dots of part of the picture. They have a burden. It is a significant burden, and I'm going to ask you to hold them to that burden. I keep bringing up that burden, and I apologize, but it is very important because it is a very high burden for a very important reason. At the close of this trial, I will come back to you once we have actually seen all the evidence, what has been presented, and you'll be able to view it and put what you believe your weight is on it. And I think it'll be far less below the burden of what they need to prove this case. And when I do so, I'm going to actually do one thing. When I come back before you at the end of this trial, follow the law. And once you've seen all the evidence and heard all the witnesses, I believe the only just verdict will be not guilty. Thank you.
Counsel approach real quick.
He tried it, didn't he? He tried. I guess I would want my lawyer to fight for me like that, but he ain't said shit. Nigga, he guilty. What you gonna say? He guilty. He just not guilty of premeditated murder. Is he guilty of accessory after the fact? Damn, they cut the screen off, didn't it? Or is that the seal?
Have Mr. Gafford, you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Sean Gathright had nothing to do with these shootings that took place in Tampa. You've just heard a lot of theory. from the state for several hours today. One thing I want to remind you, you haven't heard any evidence yet. You saw Mr. Harmon showing you videos saying, this is so-and-so, this is Sean Gathright, this is Abigail Murphy. No, you're the ones who are going to decide who these people are. The state gave you its theory, but over these next couple of weeks, you're going to decide, you're going to put the puzzle together. And what Mr. Harmon said, what I'm saying, what Mr. Petraeus said, it's not evidence. You'll be seeing evidence over the next couple of weeks, but you haven't seen anything yet. So let me tell you a little bit more about the case. Sean Gathright was 18 years old when all these events you've heard about took place. He lived in Jacksonville with his mother and his older sister. His mother was a retired Marine, served quite a while in the Marines, and that's going to have some relevance that I'll get to later, and you'll hear about more as the case goes on. But she likes shooting. She was a pretty avid shooter herself, and a lot of it goes back to the time she spent in the military. Mr. Gathright is young, obviously. He's not far out of school. He's 18. He started photography and pressure washing businesses for himself, and he worked as much as he could. He was trying to build the businesses and get jobs. In either of those fields, he would do the jobs, wherever, whenever he could. Videos you saw of things being loaded into the car are the equipment that he uses in the course of those businesses. Stay would like you believe it's something else, but that'll be during the course of these next couple of weeks. Some things you will not see, however, is Mr. Gathright being a gang member. You've heard about that for the last couple of weeks. You've heard about the indictment. He's not charged with being a gang member. Some other things you won't see is any connection between Mr. Gathright and this rap scene. You saw numerous rap videos this morning. All these people who are allegedly involved, who have motives to want to kill each other. He doesn't fit into that anywhere. You don't see any evidence of him having any connection to any of these rap videos, or really any of these people that you heard about this morning. You won't see any connection between him and Charles Jones, or any reason he would want Mr. Jones to be harmed. You heard a long backstory this morning about these reasons why people wanted Charles Jones killed. But what I want you to remember is when the vast majority, if not all of those things took place, all these prior events, these prior shootings that allegedly precipitated the shooting of Charles Jones, he was a kid. And I don't mean Mr. Gathright was 17. I mean, he was a child when most of that stuff took place. Where does he fit into this motive to want to kill Charles Jones? I expect you will hear some detectives from Jacksonville who knew a lot of these people, had been researching a lot of these people involved, and they were on their radar because they knew there was violence taking place between these different groups, these gangs in Jacksonville. And I expect every one of them that you may hear from this week, I'm going to ask them, have you ever heard of Sean Gathright? And every one of them is going to say no. I had no idea who Sean Gathright was until Tampa police contacted us. These are people who are investigating all of the players allegedly involved. They have no idea who Sean Gathright is. People who were with Charles Jones the night of the shooting, you heard about several of them, several people who unfortunately were shot themselves and survived. None of them know who Sean Gathright is. I expect that's what you're going to hear this week. Other people who were in Charles Jones' entourage that you may hear from, I expect none of them are going to know who Sean Gathright is. It's a piece that simply doesn't fit into the puzzle. Some things you will hear, I expect, over the course of these next couple of weeks. The weekend that Charles Jones was having the show here in Tampa, Mr. Guthright's sister was having a birthday party. And you will hear that he was friends with Isaiah Chance. He had met Chance, I believe, through his older sister. They weren't particularly close, but they had developed a friendship for a short time prior to this happening. But he has really no connection between either of the other two defendants in the case, or I think you'll see really anyone else that you're going to hear about in the next few weeks. But in any event, yes, he does. He travels down here with plans to go later to his sister's party in Orlando and to see his grandmother along the way. And you're going to hear he's here for a bit, and yeah, he's in contact with Isaiah Chance and Miss Andrews, I would suggest. But you can see he has nothing to do with this alleged shooting that takes place. Unfortunately, people allegedly that he had contact with may have had other connections, but you're not going to see any connection between Mr. Gathright and what happens in these shootings. And again, like I said many times already, you're not going to see any reason why he would have. It simply doesn't fit into that puzzle. Phone records. You may be asking yourself, well, the state just showed all these phone records where it was supposed to be at. And I think you're going to learn a lot about how phones work during the course of this trial, more than you ever wanted to. But you're going to see it's not quite as simple as I think the state would like you to believe as far as being able to tell where someone is based on these phone tower records. They're not that exact, and all they're doing is really telling us where a phone may be in a approximated area. Nothing pinpoints anything. And you see when you're, especially in a very populated area like this, I left my phone at the table, but one of our phones could be hitting 3 different towers at any point right now. So these phones are not as precise as you may have been led to believe this morning, but you'll see that evidence. You'll get to decide for yourself how much weight to give the phone tower evidence, and not even really how much weight to give it, but how much you can really read into the phone tower evidence. But it will show that, yes, Mr. Gathright is in Tampa, goes to his grandmother's in Polk County, and then moves on to Orlando to his sisters. Now, when he's at his grandmother's house, and I think you'll hear from grandmother, that's not unusual for him to do. She travels back and forth between here and New York, and she had just gotten back into town shortly before Mr. Gathright came to see her. You'll hear that it's not unusual for him to borrow her car. She knew that he was working this pressure washing business. He was trying to get off the ground, so that didn't faze her at all. She talked about the bags that are moved, and she again knows that he works in pressure washing. She believes this is pressure washing. She's there watching him move the bags. It's not anything that's been done, secretly. So he lets her, or she lets him borrow the 4Runner, and as you saw, he cleans out the Impala, which I think she's going to tell you is something she expects to be done. She has some lung issues, and she wants that car clean. The other thing I think you're going to hear is that law enforcement later collects the rag that's used to wipe that down. So it's not like there's anything being hidden from the Impala being cleaned out. But in any event, yes, he switches cars, goes on to Orlando to hang out at the sister's party. When he's in Orlando, that's when you saw a photograph of the Don Julio bottle. I think you're going to see lots of Don Julio photographs because that's nothing unusual. You're going to see, you saw it in a couple of the videos this morning. Everyone seemed to be drinking Don Julio in this case. You can read into what the meaning may be, and I think the state's going to suggest that it's some kind of material motive, but that's for you to decide. I'm going to suggest it's a bottle of Don Julio in the closet. And you're going to see several of those. After Orlando, of course, Mr. Gathright returns back to Jackson. The traffic stop that you heard about that happens later on, Mr. Gathright is by himself when that happens. He's by himself, by the way, when he's gone to his grandmother's house, when he's gone to the party in Orlando. He's by himself when the traffic stop happens. There are numerous firearm-related materials found inside that car. Again, I told you his mother is an avid shooter, a former Marine. She has quite a few firearms or something. But I would suggest you the state at this point, or law enforcement rather, probably thinks they have now found this gold mine. Look at all these guns. They must connect back to Tampa. But they don't. And that includes a 9mm handgun that's inside the car. It doesn't match up to the shooting that took place in Tampa, even though they find 31 9mm casings. So one casing, or there are a couple of casings that apparently are matched back to casings that are found in a prior alleged shooting of Julio Foolio. I think again would have been when he was a juvenile. But in any event, I want to emphasize, because you heard the word match used. Law enforcement is not saying and cannot say that these casings that are found in the car fired shots during the Julio Foolio shooting. What they can say is allegedly, and I'm going to ask you to pay close attention to how casings are allegedly matched. I would suggest to you it is a very subjective science and it's questionable. But in any event, all it's saying is the same gun that allegedly was used in that shooting allegedly fired these. Not at the same time, not during the same incident. It's saying the firing pin markings on these casings were the same. Again, he's not saying when those casings found in the foreground were fired, how they got there, anything of that sort. And again, it's mixed between numerous other firearms related evidence that has nothing to do with this case. No connection to that case. Something else on that, by the way, and this probably goes without saying, but this prior shooting of Mr. Jones in Jacksonville didn't just ignore that. You're going to hear they had been investigating that. They were trying to get suspects. They were trying to obviously solve that crime that happened in Jacksonville. And again, all these detectives who are working that case never heard of Sean Gaffney. No idea who he is. They made no connection between him and this prior shooting of Charles Jones. We'll jump ahead, as you heard, to a search that's later conducted at Mr. Gaffney's home, his mother's home, obviously where he went to. And there are many different types of ammunition, firearms found during that search. Again, this is a search of his mother's house and the mother's safe. You may hear more about that safe and who had access to it, things like that. But suffice it to say, there are 2 rifles found. And I expect, again, law enforcement probably thought, oh man, we found the pieces to the puzzle now. But the problem, again, is nothing matches back to those rifles from the shooting that took place in Tampa. One of the rifles is what's called a 300 blackout. It's like a 30 caliber, and there are many, many rifles. Those of you who are familiar with many, many rifles fire a 30 caliber bullet, but a 300 blackout. There are no 300 caliber or 30 caliber bullets, I should say, at the scene. No projectiles that are found match back to that 300 blackout. In fact, every projectile that is compared to it was actually eliminated as having been fired from that 300 blackout. The other gun that's found, the 5.56, which is also 223 caliber, and then you can fire both cartridges. Several projectiles from the scene were eliminated from that one, and there are some that the examiner can't necessarily eliminate, but can't match that gun either. So, at best, one of them can't be eliminated as having fired the projectiles, but no projectiles are matched to either one of those guns. And as I expect you'll probably hear, similar to the 300 caliber, the 30 caliber, the 223 caliber, the 5.56, is also a very, very common size projectile that's fired in the firearm. Probably more so even than the 30 caliber. So the fact that projectiles were in that class doesn't really narrow anything. So what is found that has relevance is allegedly there are 2 casings, again, 9mm casings, that, again, are not matched to the shooting that took place in Tampa. They're matched to the same firing pin impressions as casings found in Tampa. You'll see in the videos, nobody runs back and collects shell casings, the shooters. And only one of the shooters, by the way, is using a 9mm, because the 9mm is the handgun. That handgun is never recovered, by the way. It's not found in any of these searches of Mr. Gaffney's car, home. There's no 9mm found that matches this scene. But you'll see none of the shooters, and certainly not the one firing the 9mm, go back and pick up the rounds that would have been ejected from the gun. All this alleged match means is allegedly the same gun.
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point to arguing.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection, and just remember again, ladies and gentlemen, this are the opening statements. This is what the attorneys believe the evidence will show. Okay?
I believe the evidence is going to show you that all that means is the same fire and pin impression is found on the casings, those two in the house, and the ones found at the scene. And that's the most.
Judge, I object. That's a misstatement of what the evidence will be. Counsel knows it. That's a misstatement.
Okay. Listen, again, I'm just going to remind everyone that what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to take it as such. They're simply telling you what they believe the evidence will show. As the evidence comes in is when you all will determine what, in fact, the evidence is. Okay? All right. Thank you, Mr. Wise. Please proceed.
And ultimately, again, this goes back to the weight of the evidence that we talked about yesterday and that we've heard about today. You're going to decide how much weight to give that up. Okay. So, maybe Mr. Harmon believes that the evidence is going to show you something different than what I believe. But you're
Objection
going
to
to
that
decide.
comment, Your Honor. It's improper as to what I believe was represented in the statement.
Okay. And I will sustain that objection. Okay?
So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, it's for you to decide how much weight to give this. You're going to see the evidence, of course. You haven't seen any evidence yet. You've heard us, and you're probably tired of hearing from us. And I get that. But you're going to decide how much weight this evidence has. And I asked you, and that kind of transitions into what I was going to be saying next. Pay close attention to the evidence that you're going to hear over these next couple of days, because there's a lot more to it than what you just saw this morning. Don't jump to any conclusions, and look at the whole picture. I'll give you a couple little examples. You saw these text messages this morning, Mr. Gathride's phone asking about someone named Fat Boy. I expect you're going to hear no one who was with Charles Jones that night knows who the heck Fat Boy is, or that there was any Fat Boy there. Again, there's a little more to it. Pay attention to the evidence. Look at those details. Don't jump to conclusions. You heard these, you saw these clips from X Spaces, where there's different people talking. I don't know if I'm sure everyone saw that, but you may not have been familiar with what X Spaces was. Apparently, it's where a lot of people talk to each other on the internet. And there's an allegation that allegedly Mr. Chance is saying something to Foolio about who is Charles Jones about how's your foot. Well, then there's an attempt to connect that back to Mr. Gathright, because one of the Murphys allegedly texts him, "Hey, tell your boy to chill. We got bigger, I think it's a bigger S word to deal with, something like that." Well, again, look at the full picture. It's responding to Chance talking to Charles Jones, and the person saying it is saying, "We have bigger things, not Charles Jones. We have bigger things to worry about." So, in any event, just a couple of examples, but these are things I want to highlight so that you, again, remember, you haven't seen evidence, you're going to see a lot of evidence. Pay close attention. I firmly believe, and I know once you do that, you're going to see John Gathride's not guilty of any of these charges.
All right. Very good. Mr. Gonzalez, on behalf of Rashad Murphy, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court?
Yep.
Counsel, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You may remember my name is Brian Gonzalez, and I represent Rashad Murphy, who is seated next to Danny Hernandez, who is my co-counsel in this case. And next to Mr. Murphy is Billy Lane, our investigator that will be assisting us during the course of the trial. Rashad Murphy has been charged with premeditated first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit premeditated first-degree murder, and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. As Mr. Harmon has indicated to you, these 4 men who sit at that table right there as individuals are alleged to have followed, stalked, if you will, located Mr. Jones at the hotel, opened fire, hitting the Dodge Charger in which he was a passenger several times that resulted in his death. Additionally, 3 other individuals, Camilla Bentley, Xavier Edwards, and Gino Norris, were wounded in that same hail of gunfire. These are individuals that had come with or along with Mr. Jones down from Jacksonville for this weekend of partying. Rashad Murphy has contended, ladies and gentlemen, from day one that he is not guilty of the charges that he has been accused of committing. And certainly that cannot surprise you because here we are. What Mr. Harmon indicated to you in his presentation about what occurred at the hotel and where the entourage with Mr. Jones traveled from one place to another did in fact occur. That is not a point in dispute, what occurred. The question, as you listen and as you receive the evidence over the upcoming days into weeks, we'll see how that goes, is did Rashad Murphy participate in this attack, and did he conspire with anyone to do so? What evidence, not what speculation, proves this to you? Because as I said, and as I will say, and as I will continue to say, these men are individuals, and you have to treat the evidence as such. I submit that, and I anticipate that there will be a wholly insufficient lack of evidence that will be presented by the state in this case in attempt to convince you that Mr. Murphy specifically is responsible for a first-degree murder and conspired with anyone in order to commit a first-degree murder. I'd ask you to pay very close attention to what the state in this case cannot show you in their attempt to prove the elements of each of the offenses. And each of those offenses have different elements that you understand have to be proved. Primarily, Rashad Murphy's presence in Tampa at the time of the murder. I'd ask you to determine what evidence the state provides you and who will testify that Rashad Murphy made an agreement with anyone. Rashad Murphy was in Tampa at 4:40 a.m. on the 23rd, early morning hours of June 23rd. And how Rashad Murphy attempted to assist another person in actually committing a first-degree murder. This prosecution, I believe, is rooted in circumstantial evidence. I don't believe you're going to hear that Rashad Murphy made a statement that implicates himself in a murder. I don't believe there's going to be testimony from an eyewitness that will identify Rashad Murphy as a shooter in this case, or a person in Tampa at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock a.m. through 4:40 a.m., the time of the shooting and the murder in this case. Remember, things that lead you to believe other things are dangerous. In order to find someone guilty of any crime based on circumstantial evidence, you must find that the indirect evidence is proof of one or more facts which you can find another fact. don't be led to rely solely on inferences to support the necessary elements that are required by the law to sustain the state's burden of proof without carefully connecting the dots, which unequivocally will become a period at the end of the sentence. Consider along the way the state's use of evidence and statements that say to you they did this or they did that during the balance of the trial over these next 2 weeks. Remember again that every defendant, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, they're all charged with the most serious crimes that we have. And as you listen to the evidence, keep in mind that these defendants sit here again at the same table for the course of this trial, but evidence against them needs to be considered where it needs to be placed. What one may be guilty of, others may not. You promised us that you would consider this evidence applicable to each of them separately. I believe that the evidence is going to indicate that there were multiple groups, gangs, groups that the state will allege are gangs, criminal gangs who are rivals on many levels. And one of those levels is rap music, the rap music scene. You had the opportunity to hear and see 2 of those rap videos this morning. I anticipate there will be more. And they are alleged to tell a story of animosity, a mocking of each other, if you will, an acknowledged disrespect that runs very deep. What those rap videos will not tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I anticipate the evidence will show, is any indication that Rashad Murphy participated in a plan to kill Charles Jones or actually did so. As you listen to the evidence in this case, what the association of these rap videos that are performed by Spinabens, Young and Ace, Wappa with the Choppa, Fast Money Goon, Julio Foolio. Rap videos titled Who I Smoke, Foolio Dead, Game Over, as well as others I anticipate you'll hear, and what they have to do with Rashad Murphy, if anything at all. Those very videos that are meant to disrespect and provide a social media following that accentuate this disrespect, that provide a social media accounting of his death in its aftermath, at a time when this death is already common knowledge in social media as well as news and print media. I anticipate that the evidence will indicate, as it relates to Rashad Murphy, nothing. Associations, remember, are not crimes. I also anticipate that you're going to hear from many of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio's entourage that traveled with him from Jacksonville for this weekend, They'll each tell you in their own respective ways, based on their own respective recollections, about the night of the 22nd of June that carries over into the early morning hours of June 23rd. You'll hear about the stops they made, and I anticipate that they will give you relatively minimal information about the actual shooting that took place. One thing I anticipate they won't be able to tell you is anything of substance as it related to who committed this crime. Their testimony, I anticipate, will not get you any closer to credible evidence about the perpetrators. And I anticipate that none of them will provide you testimony that they themselves are involved in any criminal gang and that Julio Foolio is anything more than a successful rapper. One of those individuals I expect you to hear from is Robert Howard, also known on the street as Kenny Caps. Mr. Howard, I believe the evidence will indicate, is a close friend of Charles Jones, who traveled with him to Tampa. You'll note that he's on some of the advertisements that Mr. Jones puts out, Julio Foolio, for his performances and his weekend that he wants to draw social media attention to for his own particular purposes. I anticipate that you will hear that over a year after Charles Jones, Julio Foolio's murder, and after he gave a statement to law enforcement after this shooting in Tampa, suggesting to them that he knew little to nothing about the events leading up to and during the shooting. Lo and behold, he is in need of some help for himself and runs to the table to suggest that he had multiple communications with Rashad Murphy, both before and after the murder, that are relevant based on what weight, if any, you choose to give to Robert Howard under the circumstances. Again, your responsibility as to Mr. Howard, as it is to every witness that takes the stand in this particular case, is to judge that credibility, weigh it, and decide whether it's worthy of a small part, a significant part, or total belief, or no belief at all, if that's what you choose after hearing it and analyzing it. I believe you'll also be instructed that you should judge the credibility of those witnesses, including those who may seek benefit from that testimony. I would only suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that you keep an open mind during the course of this trial. Weighing that evidence from the witness stand, categorizing the inconsistencies that arise during the course of the evidence that I believe will become very apparent, along with other types of evidence as well. Evidence by way of pictures, by way of videos, by way of articles that were collected. All of those things are important in their own way, but you give them the weight that they deserve. And you place them in a category as to how they affect what is necessary to find Rashad Murphy guilty of one or any or all of these crimes. Not what weight you would give it or lack of weight as it relates to any of the other defendants that sit before you at that table accused of these crimes. I'd like to just take a minute to briefly talk to you about a couple of things that we talked about in jury selection. Of course, the first and one of the foremost tenets is the presumption of innocence. You know that all of these defendants, and in my particular circumstance, Rashad Murphy, is cloaked with that presumption of innocence throughout the course of this trial until proven otherwise. He does not have to show you a thing. The burden of proof, the single most important thing to find someone guilty of a crime, the burden of proof beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt, lies at the feet and at the table of the state of Florida. And you all have acknowledged in sitting here today that you respect that portion of the law and will abide by it. If Mr. Murphy chooses not to make himself a witness in this case, you have indicated to us unequivocally that you would not hold that against him and you would not wonder why. And on the other hand, if he chose to be a witness, you would give him the same credence and judge his testimony as you would any other witness. A witness who is a lay witness, and as importantly, a witness that is a law enforcement officer. It's my belief that one of the primary means that the state would intend to convince you that Rashad Murphy participated in the murder of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, and why he would do so will be through the testimony of multiple Jacksonville gang detectives. I believe at least 3. I believe that the evidence will show that their testimony, depending on what weight you choose to give it, is primarily based on opinion, speculation, hearsay from unnamed sources, and the fact that there were multiple prior shootings and murders over the years, many of which are unsolved, many of which there have been no arrests and no prosecutions to this day. On its best day, I anticipate the evidence will require you to speculate as to what Rashad Murphy thought, what Rashad Murphy might have planned, and what Rashad Murphy might have participated, all under the guise of whether this murder is in furtherance of some type of gang activity. The state has indicated to you in their opening statement many things that they expect the evidence to show. But again, as you saw that presentation, you have to begin to compartmentalize what you see and how it falls into a bucket of one. Make it make sense to you, ladies and gentlemen. Hold the state to providing you this evidence beyond and to this reasonable doubt, to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt, that Rashad Murphy was in the city of Tampa at 4:40 a.m. on June 23rd of 2024. Compel them to show you that Rashad Murphy was one of the 3 shooters, because that is what they allege in those early morning hours, not by conjecture, not by speculation, not by opinion, but by facts and reliable evidence. I feel confident that after you hear the evidence, after you determine its weight as to the respective defendants in this case, and especially Rashad Murphy, that you will find that there is insufficient evidence that he conspired with any defendant, in this case, to commit a premeditated murder, nor did he commit it. The same would account for 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. I believe that the evidence will also indicate to you that he's not a principal to any of these acts that were committed by others. Look for Rashad Murphy. Look for Rashad Murphy at every turn. Scour the evidence to locate him, to see him as you receive it during the course of this trial. After you review all of this evidence, I believe that you're going to return a not guilty verdict, because Rashad Murphy's liberty should not be at stake, and he should not be convicted of the acts of others that he cannot be legally held accountable for. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. Snarty, on behalf of Davion Murphy.
Thank you, ma'am. May it please the court.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, fellow counsel. Good afternoon. As you all will recall, my name is Nick Sinardi, and I am representing Davion Murphy, who was sitting at the council table with me in conjunction with Deborah Tomei, who is also an attorney representing Mr. Murphy, and Scotty Sinardi, who we identified as related to me, but not my son, and Katie Rain, who is our investigator. And on behalf of all of us, I want to extend to you our gratitude for your service. I know it's been a difficult task. You're asked to come in, sit down, go out, come back, and everybody's questioning you. And on behalf of the 5 of us, I want to extend to you our thanks. The court has said this over and over, but I think it's important. I know Mr. Harmon with the state was up. I didn't time him, but I'm going to say 3 hours, giving you what he believed to be the outline of the case that allowed the state of Florida to charge these defendants with the crimes with which they're charged. Again, over and over again, what the state says or what I say is not evidence. So simply because he was up here talking that long means absolutely nothing in the form of evidence. And I would ask, you keep hearing the name Murphy, and we've identified, obviously there's a Rashad Murphy and a Davion Murphy. And I ask you all to please make sure that you keep those names separate throughout these proceedings. The court will instruct you at the close of all the evidence that you will have to make a decision based on individual facts or lack thereof as to each. And I'm concerned for Davion that the name Murphy gets maybe brought up and there may be some confusion as to which Murphy. So please keep that in your mind. So what are the facts of this case that the state outlined for 3 hours? And that is, we'll agree that on June 23rd, 2024, Charles Jones, known as Julio Foolio, was in fact shot and killed at the Home 2 Suites in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. As a result of that homicide, 5 people were originally charged: Isaiah Chant, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Alicia Andrews, and Davion Murphy. That's why we're here, okay? And what was the motive for that homicide? The state alleges that it was a gang war, and it may well have been a gang war. They went through a number of individuals over the years, all the way back to, I believe, to 2018, and I'm not going to go through them all, but I believe they talked about Spaz and Bibby and Jake Jidd and Lou Hobie and Tilly and Mr. Jones himself, who was shot, that this was the background of the gang war that was going on. So that it's absolutely clear, Mr. Davion Murphy is in no way a suspect, a defendant, or anything to do with any of those homicides and the attempted homicide on Mr. Charles Jones, okay? It has nothing to do with Davion Murphy. It has to do with the alleged gang wars between some gangs. So just make sure that that's clear. Also, the state, in its opening, went into the drill rap videos. Again, they're alleging that this is part of the motive for the death of Charles Jones, that these drill rap videos were dissing or being disrespectful to each other. And that's what caused part of the wars that apparently allegedly go back to 2018. We're talking about spin events and Youngs and Ace, and these are some of the drill rap performers, and some of which, but again, so that we're clear, this is part of the motive. And nowhere in any of those videos, those drill videos, that Davion Murphy mentioned a participant, name brought up, or anything. It has nothing to do with Davion Murphy. Okay. And I believe we're going to find out from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office detectives who are part of their gang enforcement unit. There's 2 or 3 of them. Each are just assigned to different particular gangs. I anticipate we're going to find out that none of them had heard of or knew anything about Davion Murphy prior to the homicide of Charles Jones. All right. We'll have to listen to the detective's testimony, and I submit to you, they had no knowledge of any involvement of Davion Murphy in any gangs in the Jacksonville area up until the time of the death of Charles Jones. So what is the state's evidence? What is the state's evidence or lack of evidence as it applies to Davion Murphy? They showed you part of a Tesla video. That's the video from the Tesla vehicle. They allege 3 individuals are the shooters, one of which they allege is Davion Murphy. But in that video, you cannot identify anybody. The videos do show somebody doing some shooting, but we can't identify who the shooters are. Okay. So what is the evidence that the state hopes to convince you beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy is somehow involved in the death of Charles Jones? There's the evidence from the Airbnb. All right, what evidence is there from the Airbnb? The state brings that up. The only time that you see Davion Murphy at the Airbnb is when he's leaving. The day, it was technically still the 23rd, but in the later morning of the 23rd, that afternoon, that day, the 23rd, there is no video of who they allege Rashad Murphy as a participant in this homicide, and there is no video of Rashad Murphy at the Airbnb. So the only time that we see Davion Murphy is leaving the Airbnb, and earlier in the evening prior to the actual homicide, we see him at the McDonald's drive-thru, the video that the state showed you on that. Recall that the vehicle that he's in is not the black Impala, but the silver Cruise. Okay. Right. The state mentions and goes through a long litany of the license plate readers, etc., that they allege that's evidence to try to convince you that Davion Murphy is somehow involved in the homicide of Charles Jones. The license plate readers, number one, obviously you can't tell who's in the vehicles, number one. Mr. Davion Murphy is not the owner of any of those vehicles, the silver Cruise. And we cannot tell, as I've indicated, who the actual occupants are of that vehicle. It's the state's speculation that it is, in fact, Davion Murphy. Now, I believe the detectives will testify that although there was a Ring camera at the Airbnb, there was no camera in the rear portion of the Airbnb. We're not sure exactly who all was in the Airbnb. We know that Rashad Murphy allegedly is not in the Airbnb because there's no photos of him coming or going from the Airbnb. And what about the state touched on the security videos that came from the Teasers club? There's zero security video of Damian Murphy at Teasers or at Truth 18. Those security videos where you see some of them walking up, and they showed you the video of Charles Jones. There's no videos or showing that Damian Murphy is at either one at Teasers or at Truth 18. The state, I believe, indicates that the occupants of the Black Impala, the three individuals at the Home 2 Suites that exit from the Black Impala, and those are the individuals the state alleges are the shooters. However, obviously, in any of the videos, you cannot identify any of the shooters that exit the Black Impala. Again, they had the license plate readers that alleged that Damian Murphy was again leaving the Airbnb, again driving the silver Chevy Cruze, not the Black Impala. At no point in time do we ever see any video or anything whatsoever that places Damian Murphy in the Black Impala, which the state alleges transported the three suspects to the Home 2 Suites. The state also presented a lot of evidence that was recovered at Sean Gathwright's residence. All the guns, the ammunition, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. None of that whatsoever is in any way connected to Damian Murphy. Okay, there is no evidence from that items that were recovered from Sean Murphy's residence that connect to Damian Murphy, or that were in fact recovered from the gold SUV that Sean Gathwright was operating. None of that, all those guns, ammunition, all that stuff, none of it ties back in any way, shape, or form to Damian Murphy. Okay. What about the cell phone records? I believe the state talked about that. The important thing, the bottom line, the state in their opening showed you the history, not the history, but the cell phone records of how it hit cell towers, etc. All those towers. The state cannot show you any cell phone records that show that Davion Smith was ever at the Home 2 Suites. Okay. There may be evidence of the other co-defendants or co-defendants that may have been present, but the phone records will show that Davion Murphy was not at the Home 2 Suites at the time of the homicide of Charles Jones. Okay. So let's boil it down to what is the evidence the state alleges or is presented in the form of an opening statement that supports any accusations of a murder in the first degree, 3 counts of attempted murder, and a conspiracy to commit first degree murder. Well, we have the video at McDonald's. So he went to McDonald's. We don't dispute that. And he was driving a silver Cruze, not a black Impala. What is the other evidence that the state alleges? Phone records. I'm not concerned about the other co-defendants. I'm only concerned about Davion Murphy And his phone, although it does track from Jacksonville to Tampa and then does go from Tampa back to Jacksonville that the state showed you, he was not at the home 2 suites at the time of the homicide of Charles Jones. Okay. What about the license plate readers that the state went into? All they show is the same thing. If you believe, and we don't know who's in that silver cruise, we assume that it's Davion Murphy, but all that shows is that a vehicle with that tag number was going back, came from Jacksonville to Tampa, and the next day returned from Tampa to Jacksonville. And what about the videos themselves of the from the home 2 suites? You can't tell who's who in those videos. Okay, I mean, there you can see people shooting, etc., but obviously impossible to identify anyone in those videos. I believe the state showed you a quick excerpt of Mr. Davion Smith at when he was being interviewed at the Jacksonville jail, where he's shooting a gun, but we'll learn when that witnesses testify that Mr. Davion Murphy was drunk and was playing to the music that was being played inside the interview room at the time that occurred. And again, I'm going to reiterate that at no time do any of the detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, gang detective, have any knowledge of Davion Murphy. And I keep saying Davion because I want to make sure that you all remember Davion versus Rashad, that Davion Murphy that any of those gang detectives had any knowledge of Davion Murphy prior to the homicide of Charles Jones. So what does all this mean? It means that based on very weak, I submit to you, circumstantial evidence, the state of Florida has charged Davion Murphy with count of first-degree murder of Charles Jones, 3 counts of attempted murder, and a conspiracy to commit murder. I submit to you, there is no physical evidence whatsoever that connects Davion Murphy to the death of Charles Jones. There is no DNA on all the projectiles that were found there, the ones that were found at Gathright. There's none. There's no fingerprints. There's zero physical evidence that connects Davion Murphy to the death of Charles Jones. Davion Murphy's phone exonerates him because his phone is not at the home 2 suites at the time of the homicide. There is no direct evidence or any direct testimony that links Davion Murphy to the death of Charles Jones. The fact that he was present at the McDonald's and may have been present at the Airbnb is insufficient to make him a principal. Just mere presence is insufficient. And again, each and every one of you will have to determine the evidence as it applies individually to each of the defendants that are charged, okay? And we've all agreed before this that Davion Murphy is not obligated to do anything. Davion Murphy may determine whether he wants to testify or does not want to testify, and the judge will instruct you that you are not to consider the fact if he chooses not to testify in any way as against Mr. Murphy. It is the state's burden, not Mr. Murphy's burden, to convince you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that he is somehow involved in the homicide or death of Charles Jones. I submit to you that at the close of all the evidence, or a lack of evidence, or the conflict in the evidence, that you'll return a verdict as it pertains to Davion Murphy of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, state. Yes, we can. We sure can. So we'll take a quick 5-minute comfort break, okay?
All right.
6th Street, and from Bush Boulevard all the way up to Fowler Avenue.
Now, I want to ask you specifically about June 23rd of 2024 and the early morning hours. Were you working on that shift?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Where were you assigned approximately around 4 a.m.?
Roughly, we were at the Truth Lounge, which would have been about 48th and Bush Boulevard.
And when you say Truth Lounge, is that Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am.
And what jurisdiction or what county is Truth 18 located in?
It's in Hillsborough County in the city limits of Tampa.
At some point when you were stationed at Truth 18, did you receive a call regarding a hotel, Home to Suites, and the Holiday Inn located on McKinley?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Approximately what time did you receive that phone call?
I believe it was about 4:40 in the morning.
And based on that phone call, what did you do?
They told us that there was basically someone shot. At that point in time, my squad responded priority up to Home 2 Suites.
And how you're dressed today, is that how you would have been dressed back then in the same type of uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
And what sort of vehicle did you drive back in June of 2024?
At that, I had an unmarked Dodge Charger.
And you said that not only yourself responded to that location, but that your unit did. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I had 6 officers working for me that night, and all of us responded there.
Okay. And were they in different vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
And were any of those marked Tampa Police officer vehicles?
Yes, all of those were marked.
Lights and sirens?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, before we go to that, what happened at the Home to Suites, I want to ask you said you were at Truth 18. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When you were at Truth 18, were there any incidences or disturbances at Truth 18 while you were there?
No, ma'am.
Had you had any information that a rapper from Jacksonville was going to be there that night?
At that point in time in the night, no. We knew he was in the area, but not at Truth 18.
And so there was nothing that was alerted or out of the ordinary to your knowledge at Truth 18 while you were there?
No, ma'am. It was just the normal crowd that we were trying to keep control of.
And then after you received that call at 4:40 for shots fired, what did you do at that point?
Like I said, I left the parking lot near Truth 18, proceeded basically westbound on Bush Boulevard and then northbound on 40th Street towards the hotels.
How far is Truth 18 from those hotels, the Home to Suites and the Holiday Inn that are located on McKinley?
I'd say roughly about 3 miles.
How quickly were you able to get to that location?
I don't know, less than 2-3 minutes.
What did you see when you responded to that location?
As I was coming northbound on 40th Street towards Fowler Avenue, I saw a dark, like silver Hyundai coming. That would have been westbound on Fowler Avenue towards 40th Street. At that point in time, the vehicle decided to make a left-hand turn onto 40th Street, drive over the curb, and go into the parking lot.
At that point, did you know anything about that vehicle?
No, ma'am.
What was the information that you received regarding the shots fired call?
Basically, there's just somebody shot in the parking lot,
And
possibly
so,
in the hotel.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. So when you saw that erratic behavior by that gray or silver Hyundai, what did you do?
I proceeded after that car thinking it would possibly be involved. At that point in time, I still had my lights and sirens on, tried to stop that vehicle. We drove to the south side of Home 2 Suites, then back to the west, and came all the way around near the Holiday Inn and pulled up in the parking lot and finally stopped.
Okay. And what happened when that vehicle finally stopped?
That vehicle stopped. There was a female that got out of the driver's side, a male and a female got out of the passenger side, and they started yelling about helping their friend who was in the vehicle to my right that I noticed that was all shot up.
Okay. And was that the first time that you had noticed that vehicle that had all been shot up?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that located?
It was basically 10 feet away from where that vehicle stopped to my right.
And can you describe, I know that you said that there was a female that was yelling, as well as there were 2 other individuals. Was it, I think you said another female and a man, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there other units or other agencies that were responding to that location as well as officers from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, USFPD showed up.
And what did you do at that point?
At that point, I listened to them. They said, the shots. I looked over at the car, noticed that it had bullet holes in it. I went over to the car to check the person inside to see if there was any life or anything I could do for life-saving matters at that point in time. I noticed he was deceased at the time, and then saw a blood trail heading into the Holiday Inn.
And is that the standard protocol to focus on any sort of victims first?
Yes, we concentrate on life-saving efforts first and then go from there.
And can I ask you to describe the jury specifically? You said one victim, is that correct? And was there only one person in the vehicle that had the gunshot on the vehicle?
At that point, there was one subject in the vehicle, it was a male subject. It looked like he was going from the passenger seat into the back seat. He was laying down like between the center console and towards the back seat.
Was there anyone else in the vehicle or around the vehicle at that time?
At that point, no, all the doors were open and the vehicle was just him.
And you said that there were no signs of life, is that correct, from the individual that was inside the vehicle?
That's correct. He wasn't breathing and there's no pulse.
And then you said you noticed a blood trail, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, the state's going to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 22A through M, as well as 3A through P, and State Exhibit 6A through Q.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Any objection, Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Petratus? To be admitted.
Sergeant Foreman, I'm going to direct you to the screen in front of you, and I'm going to start with 6A. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what is being depicted in 6A?
The gray vehicle to basically the left of the black Dodge, that's the vehicle I stopped with the doors open. And
This
then
vehicle right here that I'm pointing to in the center?
Yes, ma'am. And then the black Dodge is with the broken out window, and you can see the bullet holes in the front of the windshield.
And where these vehicles are placed, is that where the Dodge vehicle was when you rolled up on the scene following this gray vehicle right here?
Yes, ma'am. I would have been, when I stopped that car, I would have been behind that gray vehicle and then walked up to that vehicle.
And is that exactly where the gray vehicle stopped when it returned back to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that there were 3 individuals in there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Were those individuals later left with the USF Police Department while you and members from your unit responded to the hotel?
Yes, we proceeded into the hotel because at that point in time, we didn't know if there was an active shooter in the hotel because of the blood trail or what was going on. So I asked USF PD to stand outside with the 3 people that were outside and to secure basically the scene from where the deceased was at.
I'm going to show you 6B, close-up of that black Dodge Charger. And is that, can you kind of see the individual in the red shirt right there?
Yes, ma'am. That would be the deceased and how he was laying in the vehicle.
And is what you described, is that correct?
Yes,
kind of in between the seats.
That is correct.
And then 6E, what's that?
It's the same vehicle with the deceased laying in the vehicle, just from the driver's side.
And then obviously 6F, these doors are open later after crime scene is there, is that correct?
That is correct. I would have went in the passenger door on the rear side just to check on pulse and see if there's any breathing at that time.
And that's what you did in this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And other than check for pulse, would you have disturbed anything else other than to check for signs of life of the victim?
No, ma'am.
After you checked for signs of life, would the car have been secured and protected by Tampa Police Department until crime scene could respond to document everything as it was?
At first, USF PD, because I left them with it, and then
Yes, sir.
then we took over and secured the whole crime scene so nobody else touched it.
And as well as until the medical examiner gets here as well, is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
And I think you said you made some observations of that Dodge Charger. I'm going to show you. Can you describe what's being shown in 6G?
It's just the rear of the Dodge, the busted out windows, and the shattered glass probably from the gunfire.
Did you make any other observations of that vehicle when you first rolled onto it?
No, ma'am. Other than, like I said, the blood trail leaving the car.
And where did that blood trail lead?
Led to the Holiday Inn.
And I'm going to, I previously showed you 3A through P. Was that a depiction of the different trail of blood leading from the car back to the Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you. Can you tell us what's in 3A?
The Dodge vehicle that the deceased is in is to the left, and then you'll start to see the blood trail leave towards the hotel on the curb.
3B?
Just crime scene pictures, and then number 1 and number 2 are showing where the trail's starting to go to.
Sergeant, if you need to stand up to point out something to the jury, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
And are they designated by where these yellow cones are then placed by crime scene?
Yes, ma'am. That's crime scene laying those out before they actually take the photos.
And then are close-ups taken so that you can actually see what you were pointing out? Is this what is being depicted in 3C?
That is correct, ma'am. That would have been, they do a farther back shot and then they take a close up, and then number 1 is where the first blood started from the vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
And then what is in 3D?
That will show it where you can see the blood trails going up this way. The droplets that are pointed out and towards the hotel.
And let me show you the close-up 3E. Again, can you point it out? Because I think this is a little bit better photo of that.
Yeah, I took that photo. These are all the blood. And it's a little dried out from what it actually looked like the time that I was there in the morning.
And does crime scene take a photograph so that people can orient where the location of the picture is and then follow it up with a close-up?
Yes, ma'am.
What is being shown in 3F?
That's just going to be the continuation. The number 2 droplet is down this way, and that's towards the hotel. So it's heading up the grass line towards the hotel.
And is that what's indicated with crime scene marker number 3?
Yes, ma'am.
3G?
Same thing. You see the droplets in the bottom corner.
3H?
Then you can see how the droplets are heading from 4 to 5. It's all these little drops that are heading all the way up towards the entrance of the hotel.
And then 3I, is that a close-up of state of marker number 4?
Yes, ma'am. It just shows all the droplets again.
State 3J?
This is on this sidewalk pathway towards the hotel.
3K, another photo to orient where 5 is.
Correct. And the front, you can obviously see the front of the hotel as far as the top end as it goes towards number 6.
Tell us what's in 3L.
See the heavy blood droplets that are continuing towards the front door of the hotel towards number 6. That's the Holiday Inn.
3M.
Is going to be the entryway into the hotel. And the droplets down by 6, and it continues on inside.
3-7.
This is going to be the entryway.
I'm sorry,
into
3N. I apologize.
Will be the entryway into the hotel. You see the blood on the doors as they go in.
3O.
Yeah, it's just the entryway to the hotel.
And then 3P.
Be the entry into the lobby way to the hotel.
Now, you said after you determined that the victim was not breathing and there were no signs of life that you and your unit responded to that hotel because of the blood trail. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
How many people were with you at that moment?
Would have been 4 to 5.
And those were officers all with Tampa Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a USF police officer who was tasked with staying there with those 3 individuals that were in the gray car that identified themselves as being with the victim?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was a USF sergeant that I talked to that was on scene.
And so tell us what happened as you are responding up to that hotel.
Like I said, my officers went into the hotel right away because we didn't know what was actually going on inside the hotel after we saw the blood trail. They proceeded in, noticed the heavy blood trail inside, and there was a blood trail that goes all the way around the corner towards room 117 and also to the elevators.
As you are proceeding through that hallway, do you continue to see all of those blood droplets that are also on the floor inside of the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there individuals, guests that are in that area?
There's guests in the whole hotel, yes.
Are some of the guests coming out of the doorways or asking what's going on?
At that time in the morning, no, we didn't have anybody coming out other than when we knocked on certain doors to see if anything was going on inside the rooms.
And why were you knocking on certain doors?
Like 117 actually had a fingerprint on the door, so we thought one of the people that were injured possibly were in that room. So we knocked on that room, and those residents came to the door and said that there was nobody in there that was injured. So we figured that they proceeded towards the towards the elevator and went up the elevator, so one of the floors.
Did you guys give me the photos back of the inside? Okay, got them. Judge, at this time, we would introduce into evidence State Exhibit 4A through S.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Tratus, be admitted.
Sergeant Portman, can you tell us what is in 4A? Let me zoom out.
Yeah, this is going to be the lobby. That's the front desk for the hotel. That's the blood trail leading around to the hallway towards the elevators.
And this is a hotel, the Holiday Inn, correct? Not the Home to Suites?
Yes, the Holiday Inn, correct.
And then 4B?
This is going to be entering into the hallway. After down towards the elevators, are going to be down to the right.
4C?
It's same bar. It's just more of that hallway heading towards the elevators.
4D?
It's the hallway wall. It's towards the elevators.
4E?
That's going to be the one room off to the left is 117 that we actually checked on where all the blood's going to see if that's where the blood was actually at before you get to the actual elevators.
And you said that you did check to see whether or not anyone was injured in that particular room. Is that correct, 117?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there anyone that was located in that area?
No, ma'am. There was people in there, but there was nobody injured in there.
And when you say people, guests of the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
No one bleeding when you made contact with them?
There was nobody bleeding inside that room.
And then 4F?
It's just going to be in front of 117 and 119.
4G?
That's going to be right in front of 119 of that room.
And then 4H?
Is going to be the handle I was talking about with the blood and the fingerprint on it.
And that's what alerted you to 117, is that correct?
That's correct. Like somebody tried that door handle, either trying to get away or trying to get help, one of the two.
4I,
This is going to be where the elevators start and the blood trail in front of the elevators.
4J,
That's going to be inside, I believe, the left-hand elevator that was in the last picture. And that's the inside of the elevator.
and did units then proceed to the other floors?
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, we actually believe because all the blood and everything going on, there could be a possible active shooter. So we were clearing the whole hotel. I had officers going on every single floor. And then two of my officers, Officer Conaway and Officer Gale, actually got to the third floor and found two subjects on the ground actually bleeding heavily. And we're giving them medical assistance.
And what is in 4K? I don't think I asked you that yet.
That's this elevator one.
And then 4L,
It's going to be the blood on what floor. It looks like they're trying to hit floor 4.
4M,
Is more of the same. It's the blood that was inside the elevator at the time.
and you said that two of your officers proceeded to the third floor, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when they came into contact with who?
They came in contact with these two subjects that were actually shot and injured.
And did you yourself proceed up to that floor?
I did eventually just to check on them to see if they needed anything else. And then once I found out what they needed, started to get fire rescue in there to give medical attention.
And then is 4N, is that a photo of the third floor?
Yes, ma'am. I'd be coming out of the elevator and that's where the subjects were at, is right there.
And when you checked on them, were those two subjects, did they appear to be, other than having been shot, were they still breathing and alive?
From my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
What did you do at that point?
After noticing that the hotel was basically safe or secure at that point in time, more officers started arriving on scene. I went outside to become the scene organizer, started getting crime scene tape up, having officers sit on every single floor in case people started coming out to basically secure the crime scene, and notifying our chain of command and getting homicide units to start heading to the scene.
And is that standard procedure that once a individual has been determined to be deceased, gunshot wounds, that the homicide unit would then take over the investigation?
If somebody is deceased on scene, yes, ma'am.
And you said that you did call homicide out there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
I also want to show you some of these pictures. I think you already looked at them. 2A, what is that a photograph of?
That's going to be the Holiday Inn where everything occurred.
And the ones that we have talked about, that blood trail, I don't think we saw the whole entire building, but is that the entryway where the blood trail was leading up to?
Yes, ma'am. That would be the entryway and then that sidewalk leading back to the car.
And can you tell us where is the Holiday Inn in relation to Home to Suites?
They're on the same block. Anybody knows Fowler and 40th? They're right there on either the southwest corner of that intersection. And the Home to Suites is sitting more towards 40th Street, and then the Holiday Inn is more on Fowler Avenue.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2D. Do you see this photograph? Again, you can see the Holiday Inn. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The Holiday Inn is off to the left.
And you can see the La Quinta. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there is a roadway here. What roadway is there?
That would be Fowler Avenue.
And can you kind of orient us where you would go in this photograph to go back to where the Home to Suites is, where you originally came from?
The Home to Suites is going to be back over here, as 40th Street's this way, and then Fowler connects. So the Home to Suites is going to be here on top, and then the Holiday Inn is here.
Mr. Jordan, did you say 2D?
Yes, Judge, this is 2D.
Has States 2 been admitted yet?
Judge, I believe I introduced,
Okay.
I didn't, I apologize, Judge. We would introduce into evidence States 2A through M.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petratus? Admitted?
I'm going to show you 2G. again, is that a close-up of that same Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, were there guests that were staying at that hotel when this incident occurred?
Yes, there was.
At some point, did the manager want to try to clean up the crime scene?
Yeah, when I first entered the hotel, he was coming around the corner with a bunch of towels. I had to tell him to stop.
Direct him that he was not to touch any of the evidence in that hallway, is that correct, or in
Yes.
the hotel?
Yes, ma'am. He wanted to clean up for the morning so that people come downstairs didn't see us.
Did you do anything else in furtherance of this investigation?
Other than securing the other crime scenes in the morning, because we had multiple scenes going on, there was other people at the hospital at Advent Health. There was another car on Fowler Avenue. It's just getting officers to those locations to secure those locations also.
So as a supervisor and a sergeant that was involved in this investigation, are you getting calls and briefed about other incidences that are connected to this?
Yes, ma'am.
So I first want to ask you about some of the other individuals at the hospital. Were you getting briefed on that there were other people that had received, or another person that had received a gunshot wound related to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office actually called into our dispatch and informed me there was another gunshot wound victim at Advent Hospital. And they had also stopped a individual there with a gun.
And is that because that Advent Hospital is in Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
And so based on that, they called Tampa Police Department because there was a connection to your investigation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Based on that, did you send officers from Tampa Police Department to respond to Advent Hospital so that contact could be made with that individual?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
And was that individual later determined to be Camilla Bentley?
I believe so, yes.
And you said that there was also, as part of that investigation, there was a vehicle, is that correct, that was also connected to the shooting that occurred where the victim was shot there at the Home to Suites and Holiday Inn area?
I can't say it was connected because I didn't do that part of the investigation, but there was a supposed vehicle that was abandoned on like Fowler Avenue area or Fletcher.
You were
near the
alerted
hospital.
to that, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, did officers either from the Tampa Police Department, homicide unit, or others respond from your office to that location?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm sorry. Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sergeant, you were surveilling, or your guys, your squad, part of your squad, was surveilling Truth 18 because it had been kind of a problem location, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Was this a normal surveillance activity for you guys on weekends or certain days?
I'll say it wasn't a surveillance. It was more or less trying to keep people out of certain parking lots because they would show up and cause problems and drinking in the lots and causing noise complaints that the citizens were complaining about. So we were addressing those concerns because we actually had trespass authorizations on those parking lots. So we're keeping those people out.
Right. Some of the units, though, were not actually in the parking lot, right? Present and observable. Some of them were in different locations.
That's fair, yes.
Okay. And you also, at that time or during that point in time, had received an email from the intelligence section that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was in town in Tampa, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that, what is MDT?
It's just our message system on our computers.
Were you also being updated or provided intelligence or additional communications as it relates to Mr. Jones and potentially his whereabouts or where he was intending to go or where he had been?
Yes.
So the department, does everybody get those communications, the MDT communications?
Yes. Well, it just depends who's working that night. Because the MDT is a system that goes back from dispatchers to officers.
Right.
So,
and everybody has access to it who's on duty at that particular time.
As long as their call signs being used to talk, because there's different ways of communicating on there. Either you can do a broad message to everybody in the department, or you can do individual officers.
Was there also law enforcement that were monitoring his social media activities as well?
One of my officers, Tyler, he actually knew of him and was monitoring. Yeah, it wasn't done by the department.
Do you know whether there were others that were monitoring his social media as well?
Not that I'm aware of.
Could there have been other members, either through Officer Tyler or on their own, or as maybe advised by someone else, that could have been monitoring that social media activity?
There could have been, yes, sir.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise, any questions?
No, Your
Mr. Petratus, any questions? Okay, state redirect.
Just briefly, Sergeant Portman, is it unusual to receive intelligence from other jurisdictions, for instance, Jacksonville Gang Unit, as to intel if they have any information that known gang members may be in your jurisdiction?
No, man, we get notifications from all kinds of jurisdictions all the time.
And that would just be to put you on alert or notice that something could happen, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, when you were stationed at Truth 18, there was nothing unusual or no disturbances happened at that time. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am. It was the normal crowd that was there all the time.
Did you have any knowledge that Julio Foolio, Charles Jones had been at Truth 18 that night? Did you even know that?
At the time that this happened, no. Didn't find that out till the next day.
Okay. But while you were there was no indication that him or his group caused any trouble. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant. You're free to go. And Mr. Doherty, please make sure, since they've been admitted, that states exhibits 2, 3, 4, 6, and 22 are given to the clerk.
Yes, Judge. I'm giving that to you right now.
Okay?
Oh, Mr. Harmon's going to use 2 with the next witness, but the rest of them I'm giving over.
That's fine. Okay, who's the next witness?
State will call Officer God Charles.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Harmon, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name?
Officer God Charles, Godcharles,
How are you employed?
with the city of Tampa,
How long have you been with the city of Tampa?
a little over 3 years.
Do you have previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, in Philadelphia,
What agency?
Philadelphia Police Department,
When you worked at the Philadelphia Police Department, how many years did you work there?
a little over 5.
Did you do patrol duties?
Yes, sir.
Were you certified under state of Pennsylvania guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes,
And here in Florida, are you certified by state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
yes,
Have you attended a police academy?
yes, in Philadelphia.
And did you have to attend some type of a transitionary academy here in Florida?
Yeah, I did equivalency of training in Florida.
Okay. Do you have to maintain annual and yearly qualifications
Yes,
to maintain your certification as a law enforcement officer?
yes,
I'll call your attention back to June 23rd of 2024. Were you on duty in the early morning hours?
yes.
Where was your patrol district or the area that you covered at that time?
I'm in District 2 and Sector C. It's near USF area, USF Tampa.
Would that include the area hotel complex at the corner of McKinley, 40th, and Fowler?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that complex?
Yes,
Did you have occasion to respond to that complex in the early morning hours of the 23rd of June, 2024?
yes.
What was that in reference to?
It involved somebody being shot. It's a call for service for someone being shot.
Do you recall about what time you arrived?
Around 4:40 a.m.
Which entrance or how did you enter into the parking lot or the hotel complex?
Off of 40th Street or McKinley on the southeast entrance.
At that time, were you assigned to the same position you currently hold?
Yes.
And what was that position?
Patrol overnights.
When you arrived there, were there other law enforcement officers on scene?
When I first arrived, there was a patrol car there, and there's other officers on scene.
Did you make contact with anyone when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I found a police car, and then I was told to go to the Fowler side and to make contact with USF police.
Your Honor, state what tender states Exhibit 1 for entry into evidence.
Okay.
No objection.
Mr. Snarty, any objection? Mr. Wise? Mr. Petratus? Okay, be admitted.
Move to publish.
Yep.
Officer Gaunt Charles, did you enter into the complex through this southern entrance off of McKinley?
Yes.
When you entered into that part of the parking lot, which direction did you go in?
I entered and I ended up.
You can stand up if it will
Okay.
help you to demonstrate to the jury what you did.
So that is this southeast location, parked my vehicle near the Sally Port. And there's another vehicle, police vehicle already here. So I'm trying to find where the scene was. And after I was told it was on the Fowler side up north, I took my vehicle and went on the west side of the building around and parked in front of the Holiday Inn Tampa around here.
So if I'm following you, just for anyone who may not have seen it with a monitor, you came in, you follow the tip of my pen. You're in this area here. You mentioned the Sally Port. Could that also be referred to as a portico or the entrance to the home to suites?
Yes.
And you said there was another officer in this area?
There's a police car there. I
Police
was looking
car.
for that officer because at that time I didn't know where the scene was.
And at some point, you are directed up here to this part of the complex,
Correct.
and you navigate around the west side of the complex to reach that area. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you arrive on the north end of the complex, are there officers in this area here?
Yes.
On the north end between the, well, let me ask you, is this the entrance to the Holiday Inn that I'm pointing at?
That's another portico. But yeah, it's the entrance.
Were there officers between that portico going to the east and an area over where I'm circling where there may have been a disabled vehicle?
Yes.
Did you make contact with those officers?
Yes.
Was there a University of South Florida Police Department officer there?
Yes.
Did you make contact with him?
Yes.
Speak with him?
Yes.
Did he offer to assist?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, there was a disabled vehicle at some part of that parking lot, correct?
Correct.
Is that vehicle, does it appear to you to be a black in color Dodge Charger?
Yes.
Now, between that vehicle and the entrance to the Holiday Inn that I've just pointed out, was there another vehicle?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
The Hyundai Sonata.
And did you make contact with some individuals that may have been near that vehicle?
Yes.
Was one of those Miss Turner?
Yes.
And was another one Miss Randolph?
Yes.
And was there a male Robert Howard?
Yes.
Did you make contact with all three?
Yes.
Did you speak with them?
Yes.
How long were you in that area?
So I got there around 4:40. I left around 6:30 a.m. So I'd say probably close to an hour, maybe 40 minutes in that area.
Were there other officers arriving during that time period?
Yes.
The area around the disabled black Dodge Charger, was that area secured by other officers?
Yes. I probably spent less time up front. I think my total time there would probably be an hour or so. I'd say probably maybe 30 to 40 minutes up there with them. But I also spent a decent amount of time later south.
Did there come a time when you were summoned to a different part of the hotel complex?
When I first came in, I was summoned to the Fowler side. I later went looking for the fired cartridge casings. At that point in time, we hadn't found any.
Okay. So when you went to look for those, did you do that on your own volition, or did someone ask you to do that?
I spoke to my Sergeant Portman, who said that we haven't found it, and I volunteered to go look for it.
Okay. Did you go to another part of the complex?
Yes.
What part of the complex did you travel to?
So I went east and then south along the Home 2 Suites by Hilton, and then found the fired cartridge casings near that portico, or near where I initially parked.
So when you said you went east, were you parked generally in the area where the tip of my pen is over here by the entrance to the Holiday Inn?
Yes.
Did you travel along this north end of the parking lot?
Yes, I've traveled by foot.
Oh, you traveled by foot, not in your car?
Correct.
Okay, so you would have walked to the east. Did you then walk to the south along the eastern edge of the Home 2 Suites?
Correct.
And then around to the south end of the Home 2 Suites?
Correct.
In this area here, I believe you've already told us is an entrance to that hotel?
Yes.
When you got to that area, you said you were able to locate shell casings?
Yes.
Did they appear to you to be shell casings that were consistent with being fired by a handgun?
Yeah, they were pistol casings.
Did you ever have a chance to look at them or bend down with a flashlight to determine what caliber they were?
I know I determined that they were smaller in pistol size. I wasn't able to see the exact caliber.
When you arrived in that area, did you also notice any damage to that south end of the Home 2 Suites?
One of the windows was shattered.
Your Honor, we would tender states 5A through Y for admission into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petratus? Admitted.
Publishing states 5A is an alpha. As you arrived on foot down the eastern side of the Home 2 Suites, would you have arrived in this area here where my finger's pointing at the bottom of that photograph?
Yes, that's the south end portico.
And the area to the lower left third of the photograph, would that be the actual portico and the entrance to the hotel?
Yes.
Stage 5B is in Bravo. As you walk across that southern end, would you see what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes.
And this again would be the portico?
Yes.
States 5C, just to the east, southeast of the portico, did you notice some items laying in the street?
Yes, it appeared to be plastic pieces from a car accident, like a fender bender.
So would it be fair to say those would have been consistent with two cars colliding?
Yeah, it looks like a minor accident. The pieces of plastic would come off of a car.
States 5D is in Delta. Does this photograph reflect the windows on the south side of the hotel and the portico that were damaged?
Yes, it should be the third one on the right.
So third from the left or third from the right?
Third from the left.
From the left. So here?
Yes.
Did you later enter the hotel to investigate that damage?
Yes.
What is on the opposite side of the windows?
There was like a white blind and then a gym inside of there.
A gym?
Yes.
States 5E is an echo. Now, in this photograph, is the camera facing back to the east with the portico on the left of the photograph?
Yes.
States 5F. Does this photograph appear, does the camera that is recording this photograph appear to be facing north, just north, slightly northeast?
Yes.
And is the western side of the home to suites reflected in that photograph?
Yes.
Now, what appeared to you to be pistol caliber shell casings that you found, do you see an area reflected anywhere in the photograph where some of those casings were located?
It would be in front of that white Lexus and then
Right.
to the right of the white Lexus.
Okay, so just off the right side of this photograph.
Correct.
States 5H is in hotel. Would that area then be to the right of the front of the vehicle?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. States 5I is in India. Does this photograph depict underneath the portico?
Yes.
Officer, from the time that you arrived, did you take precautions and efforts to secure that area where you saw the shell casings?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you in that area of the complex?
I'd say probably another 40 minutes.
Another 40 minutes from the time you got down there?
Estimated, yeah. So from 4:40 to 6:30 is my extent of the call.
So when you say your extent of the call at 6:30, do you leave the scene?
Yes.
While you are there from 4:30 to 6:30, are there at times guests of the hotel attempting to leave?
Yes.
And do you take precautions to escort them around any potential evidence?
Yes.
Are there employees of the hotel arriving possibly for day shift?
Yes.
And do you, again, take precautions to try to keep them out of the scene where there may be potential evidence?
Yes.
States 5, Y is in Yankee. Does this photograph again depict that apparent automobile collision damage evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, are the items marked with yellow cones?
Yes.
Are those items that you recognize and have seen before?
Yes.
Are they items that are utilized by crime scene investigators our technicians to document a crime scene?
Yes.
We have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier, Officer Godcharles, that you had entered the home to suites and at some point had gone into that gymnasium area behind the window damage.
Yes.
Were you searching for something or investigating anything?
I was looking for bullets or bullet fragments.
Did you find anything?
No.
How long were you in the gym?
Less than 10 minutes.
Did you meet with a manager or some employee by the front desk?
An employee let me into the rooms.
The damage that you saw to the window, did it appear to have been caused by a firearm or fire from a gun?
It looks like a bullet struck the window frame and shattered the glass.
You have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll tender the witness for cross.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Officer Godchild, did you interview witnesses?
Yes.
And those would have been the witnesses that were inside the Hyundai?
Yes.
One of those witnesses was Robert Howard, correct?
Correct.
And you have previously described your interaction with him as him being dismissive, correct?
Your Honor, I would object.
What's the legal basis?
Peterson.
You can answer that question, but you can't get into the substance of what the interview was. You can answer that question.
To restate the question, please.
You've indicated that Mr. Howard was dismissive of your interview with him, correct?
I believe I said he was uncooperative.
Without getting into what information, did he provide you any information about the shooting?
Objection, same objection.
You can answer that question, overruled.
He stated that he heard
Okay,
gunshots.
listen, don't tell us what he said. The question was, did he provide you any information about the shooting? Yes or no?
Yes.
Was that information extensive or general?
Objection,
I'm
hearsay.
gonna sustain the objection as to that question.
Did you speak to Adjoya Randolph as well?
Yes.
Would you characterize that interview essentially the same as it relates to Mr. Howard's attitude?
Yes.
Did you also speak to Armani Turner?
Yes.
Would you characterize that interview of much of the same that you encountered with Mr. Howard and Ms. Randolph?
Yes.
Did Mr. Howard, without telling me what, did Mr. Howard provide you with any information concerning anything other than what occurred that night?
Objection.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi? Any questions?
Officer Gontrell, the bottom line is pursuant to your interview of Howard, Randolph, and Turner, they were uncooperative. Is that yes or no?
I would say yes. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
No question.
Mr. Petratus? Okay, very good. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
He may, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You are free to go. All right, state who's your next witness.
They call Officer Zachary Conaway.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is possibly the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, officer. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Zachary Conaway.
And how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police Department?
This will be my 4th year at Tampa Police Department.
Prior to your employment with TPD, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, prior to Tampa Police Department, I was also employed with New Orleans Police Department for about 5 years as well.
And in that capacity, did you have an opportunity to investigate a variety of types of crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
On the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024, were you working in your capacity as a Tampa Police Department officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive a call for service that you responded to about 4:40 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the nature of that call for service?
The initial notes that we got were vehicles circling around the parking lot of a Holiday Inn at the intersection of Fowler Ave and McKinley Drive. And additional callers while we were en route told us that there were also gunshots that were also heard in the area as well.
Now, prior to your receiving that call, earlier on your shift when you had your briefing or your original meeting with the rest of the members of your unit, had you received some information about a particular musical artist coming to Tampa?
Yes, we did.
And did that information also include potential risks or of harm associated with that person coming from opposing groups?
Yes, ma'am.
With that information, did you specifically do anything?
Myself specifically, no.
Did other members of your squad do something?
Yes, ma'am. Officers Costanzo and Officer King tried to maintain surveillance on the person that was mentioned in the emails, just to keep an eye on him throughout the night.
And those are other members that also work with the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
By utilizing this information that you had received, what was the purpose?
It was basically just to get ahead of anything that might happen. All that we were really told was just that the victim, Mr. Jones, had I guess bad relationships with some other local groups as well.
Now, the information you actually did receive, did it specifically identify the individuals that Jacksonville Sheriff's Office were concerned about that were coming to Tampa opposing the victim?
Opposing the victim, not exactly. The only person I remember being specifically mentioned by name in that email was Mr. Jones.
And once that information had been received by you all, did you continue about your shift in the regular course of your duties every day that you normally would?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, once you received the call for service, did you actually respond to the Home 2 Suites?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with that area?
Yes, ma'am. It was my zone for about 2 years.
And did you know where to go at the time that you had actually arrived?
Yes. Based on the information that we got in the call, I circled around behind the Home 2 Suites, behind the Holiday Inn. It's just one giant parking lot that encircles the entire, I guess, complex. You have 3 different hotels in that area. And by the time I circled around to the front, which is where I ended up meeting with Sergeant Portman and Officer Godcharles, that's also where we found Mr. Jones.
Now, you described a little bit of the layout of the hotels. Did the 3 hotels shape almost a U?
Yes, ma'am.
But the parking lots themselves are all connected.
Correct.
When you actually get to the area that you see Sergeant Portman or Mr. Jones's vehicle, did you have an opportunity to see the vehicle that Mr. Jones was in?
Yes, it was a black Dodge Charger. It was stopped in the middle of the lane of travel in the parking lot in the northeastmost corner of this parking lot, right on the intersection of McKinley and Fowler Ave.
And was that the resting place that vehicle was from the time that you arrived and then ultimately when crime scene got there to process it, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
Upon arrival, what observations of the vehicle itself did you make?
Multiple bullet holes going through the front windshield as well as through the body of the car. When I inspected the vehicle and even more, that's when I found Mr. Jones inside.
And were you able to, or were you tasked with doing anything at the vehicle, or did you have another assignment?
I wasn't tasked with anything specifically at the vehicle itself. Sergeant Portman initially told us to go ahead and start securing the scene. I went back to my car to get crime scene tape. Upon coming back, and I handed the tape off to another officer. I can't remember who, but that was when I noticed the blood trail going from the vehicle that Mr. Jones was found in, going to the front of the Holiday Inn.
Based on the injuries that you observed at the vehicle to Mr. Jones, or the observations you made of that vehicle, did you believe that another individual or other individuals had then made that blood trail towards or into the hotel?
Yes. From the way that Mr. Jones was positioned in the car, it looked as if he was originally seated in the front passenger seat, and during the incident, he had tried to move from the front passenger seat to the back seat. He was positioned directly over the top of the center console with his head facing towards the back seat, while his legs were still in the front seat, in the front passenger seat area.
As you look away from that vehicle and back towards the hotel, is that the direction at which you see the blood trail leading?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you and other officers with your department have an opportunity to follow that trail?
Yes.
Where did that lead you, at least from the vehicle to the interior of the Home Suites?
The blood trail initially went from the vehicle that Mr. Jones found in, through the sidewalk down the sidewalk to the north of Holiday Inn, through the front door, through the lobby, and then turned east down the first floor hallway, stopped maybe about 3 or 4 doors down, then circled back and came back to the elevator. And that's where we followed the blood trail to.
And during this time, are you also seeing blood not only on the ground, but on the doors and the walls?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know whether there is still an outstanding shooter at the time that you and the other officers actually make entry into the hotel following this trail?
At that time, that was a possibility.
Did you have an opportunity yourself and with the other officers to then make your way to the 3rd floor of that hotel?
Correct.
And did you utilize the elevator to do so?
Yes, we did.
Upon exiting the elevator, what were the observations you made?
As soon as we exited the elevator and turned immediately to our right towards the main hallway, that was when we found the other 2 victims, Mr. Edwards and Mr. Norris, directly in front of us at the T-junction of the hallway.
Now, at the time you initially responded, did you actually know the identity of the individual in the vehicle or the individuals that were on the floor, Mr. Edwards and Mr. Norris, or is that information you later learned?
That was information that we confirmed later on.
And at the time that you responded, were you equipped and Officer Gale equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Having shown the defense states exhibit number 91, the state seeks to admit states 91, Your Honor.
No objection?
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petratus? Be admitted.
Sir, are you able to see what's depicted in states number 91 here?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the observation that you made when you exited the elevator towards your right?
Correct. That's Mr. Norris laying down on the right in the black hoodie and black sweatpants. That's Mr. Edwards, and Mr. Norris is the gentleman in the white shirt and blue jeans on the left.
Okay, so allow me to clarify. The individual to the right in this State's Exhibit 91 is someone that you later identified as Mr. Edwards,
Correct.
and the individual on the left was someone you later identified as Mr. Norris.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you first make contact with these 2 individuals, what are the observations that you make about their persons?
Obviously, observed the injury to Mr. Norris's right shoulder there. Officer Gale immediately started to tend to him, placed a tourniquet on his arm.
Could you immediately tell that the injury to Mr. Norris was a gunshot wound based on your training and experience?
Based on my training, yes. And also just from the amount of blood, that's pretty typical with gunshot wounds in my experience.
And is that paired with what you saw outside of the hotel before you actually came up?
Correct.
And the injury to Mr. Edwards, if you recall?
Mr. Edwards told me that he had been shot in the upper right arm. Just based on the amount of blood, his whole right sleeve on his hoodie was completely soaked in blood. So he basically pointed to where he had been shot. It was kind of the upper right arm, and that's where I placed the tourniquet up as high as I could into his armpit.
Could you see when you're actually placing that tourniquet how many gunshot injuries there were at that time?
I counted 3, right exactly where he pointed to them in his upper right arm.
You indicated that you applied a tourniquet. Can you just explain to the jury what that is?
Tourniquet is just a device that we use in order to stop heavy blood loss. Typically, you try to do it you try to place it as close as you can to any major arteries as you can, so you can try and stop the flow of blood so that they don't pass out or expire from blood loss.
Did you specifically apply one to Mr. Edwards as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And before actually even making these medical rescue efforts, did you search the individuals that you located on the ground, Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards?
Yes, I did pat down Mr. Edwards for any weapons. I didn't find anything on him, and Officer Gale did the same for Mr. Norris.
And there were no weapons of any kind located?
No, not that we found.
Now, did you also stand by and attend to both of these individuals while you waited for EMS to arrive?
I was primarily focused on Mr. Edwards, while again, Officer Gale was dealing with Mr. Norris.
So you just divided up your attention. Each of you took one of the victims.
Right.
When you attempted to speak to Mr. Edwards, was there any kind of response, or was there difficulty responding? Tell me about the communication you were actually having.
I was trying to figure out, while I was trying to talk to Mr. Edwards, trying to at least keep him conscious and to try to get some more information as far as what had happened. I was able to confirm that he was the driver in the vehicle that we had found outside, that they had been shot at. But as far as who did it or any kind of description as far as who had done it, I wasn't able to get that on scene. He was periodically starting to lose consciousness while I was still trying to talk to him on scene.
What was Mr. Norris's demeanor?
Mr. Norris, I mean, he was in pain, but he was also calm when speaking with Officer Gale. The most I could overhear from his conversation with Officer Gale was that he was in the back seat of the vehicle at the time of the shooting, and he had been asleep when it occurred.
That same vehicle,
Yes, ma'am.
the black Charger.
Correct.
And this is while they are excited and making these statements to you.
Yes, ma'am.
When you first got off of the elevator, was Mr. Edwards screaming?
Yes, Mr. Edwards was screaming.
When you first got off of the elevator, was Mr. Norris screaming or crying?
I believe he was crying when we got off the elevator. Yes.
Despite having applied a tourniquet to Mr. Edwards' arm, he was still losing consciousness while you were there with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ultimately later respond to the hospital after both victims were transported to Tampa General?
Correct.
And were you able to ascertain that there were additional injuries to Mr. Edwards, not just the 3 shots you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those additional gunshot wounds?
Yes. Tampa General staff told me that there were 3 additional gunshot wounds further up on Mr. Edwards' shoulder that I couldn't see because of the hoodie.
You also had contact with Mr. Edwards at the hospital as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity during your contact with Mr. Edwards to complete a full interview with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he still being treated by medical staff?
Yes, he was still in the process of being treated.
And did you inquire with Mr. Edwards about his events or the events that he had been involved in for that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he responsive to your questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you inquire with him about the information you had from the flyer, so the specific locations that you believed victim Charles Jones to have gone that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Edwards responsive to those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
When you inquired about what actually happened at the hotel itself, was Mr. Edwards also responsive to what happened at the Home 2 Suites?
Yes, ma'am.
After the transport of Mr. Edwards and Mr. Norris to the hospital, before they were transported, were their clothing items required to be removed?
Yes, on scene, TFR personnel removed their clothing on scene.
And were you still standing by for that event?
Yes, ma'am.
After they had been transported, did those clothing items remain there at the place that you actually found Mr. Edwards and Mr. Norris?
I believe so. They did not have those items at the hospital when I spoke with them.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as states for in. Can you see that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the observation that you made when you exited the elevator to your right, absent the victims that were placed there?
That's correct.
And in 4O, having started the process, it would appear, of crime scene going through this area, can you explain to me what that white item is at marker 14?
The white item by marker 14, that would have been the shirt that Mr. Norris would have been wearing on our first contact with him.
So each of these markers throughout the hallway, do those depict some item of evidence that would have been left behind after the victims had been transported?
I believe so, yes.
When we see in the photograph here, for example, in the center or in 4P, maybe that's a better look. These gloves, are those were those present when you actually first arrived, or were those something that you saw EMS utilizing?
Those have been used by EMS.
And in 4Q, again, the clothing items that are depicted here, were those removed while you were present with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards?
Yes, ma'am.
And same in 4R. Was this the black hoodie that you had previously described?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to see the volume of blood when you were tending to Mr. Edwards on scene?
I was able to see a good bit of blood coming off of his right hoodie sleeve for sure. Yes, ma'am.
Was it so the hoodie itself was wet with blood?
Yes, ma'am.
And the blood that we see in these surrounding areas, also, any reason to believe it would have come from anything else other than Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards there at that scene?
I wouldn't be able to find any other source.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, very good. Mr. Gonzalez, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petratus? All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're free to go. All right, State, who's your next witness?
Officer Miguel Blazzini.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Officer Miguel Blazzini Franceschi. I normally just go by Officer Blazzini, and I work for the Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked with the Tampa Police Department?
As of right now, coming up to 8 years.
Were you working on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes,
On that day in the early morning hours, did you respond to Home to Suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive?
I did.
Why did you respond to that location?
We were requested by my supervisor at the time to respond to that location due to an incident that was occurring.
Approximately what time did you arrive at Home to Suites?
Approximately about 5:55 in the morning.
Were there already law enforcement personnel from the Tampa Police Department already on scene?
Yes, there was.
Had a perimeter and crime scene tape already been put up?
Yes, there was.
What were you tasked to do when you arrived?
Upon arrival, I was asked to go check some of the hotels in the area to see if we can retrieve some kind of video surveillance.
Did you go to the Holiday Inn Hotel?
I did.
And did you make contact with the hotel manager, Melvin Locklear?
I did.
Did he provide you with access to the video surveillance?
Yes, he did, and he assisted at my request as he kind of controlled the video surveillance while we were reviewing it.
And were you able to have him rewind to the time when the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
And are you visibly watching the footage as he's having it pulled up for you?
Yes.
And did you note anything of note during that review?
During that review, I did notice a dark colored vehicle pass by the front of the hotel and make its way around the backside of the hotel.
Did you notice anything unusual with that dark colored vehicle?
No, I did not.
And then at some point, did you see a vehicle that had some kind of damage on it?
Yes. The next footage I saw was facing towards the east of the front of this hotel. I observed another dark vehicle with smoke pluming out of it.
What did you see after you saw the smoke coming out of the vehicle?
The vehicle came to a rest between the Holiday Inn and I believe it's La Quinta next door to it. From that point, I observed two male subjects run out of the vehicle and run towards the entrance of the Holiday Inn.
And is there multiple cameras at that Holiday Inn?
Yes, there is.
And you said that you're reviewing the video footage that is reflected from cameras that are the surrounding the hotel of the Holiday Inn. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you also, you said you saw two individuals, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you give us their ethnic background?
There were two black males. One looked a little heavier set while the other one looked thin build.
And you said that they ran into the Holiday Inn, is that correct?
Yes, they did.
Does the Holiday Inn also have interior cameras that you can see the hallways of the Holiday Inn?
Yes, there are cameras there.
After you viewed that video footage, did you ask to see the video footage from the interior of the hotel?
I did.
And could you track where those two individuals were when they came into the hotel?
Yes, I did.
And what was their pathway?
Their path of travel, as soon as they came in, they bypassed the front desk area. Upon passing the front desk, they made an immediate left down the hallway where there were rooms. They attempted to knock at a room to try to gain entry. They weren't allowed entry to there. From there, I observed them go into the elevator. That elevator took them up to the third floor. They exited that elevator, went around the hallway to the right. And at that point, I observed the heavier set male who appeared to have wounds to the upper torso of his body collapse. The thin-billed male kind of stood by him, kind of pacing back and forth.
And after you located and reviewed that video footage, did you then brief someone in the homicide department with Tampa Police Department as to what you had seen?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you also help secure the perimeter outside of the hotel?
I did.
And when you were securing the perimeter, did you make any sort of observations of any damage to any of the property or vehicles?
Yes. Where I secured it was going to be I believe it was the backside of La Quinta. While we were securing that perimeter, I observed a white minivan that appeared to have a bullet hole around the license plate of it.
And again, did you alert that to someone in homicide or somebody in crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And were there photographs that would have been taken by the crime scene technicians of that damage?
Yes, there were.
And did you know whether or not that was a rental vehicle or not?
At the moment, I did not know if it was a personally owned vehicle or a rental at the time that we observed that bullet hole.
At some point, were you able to identify the owner of that vehicle?
Yes, if I recall correctly, it was a rental vehicle, and we were able to locate the renter to that vehicle that was staying at the hotel.
And was that Nestor Agramonte?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Petratus, and Mr. Wise.
No questions.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
No. Our next witness.
State calls Detective David Alverson.
do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name?
Detective David Alverson.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed as a homicide detective with the Tampa Police Department.
Detective Alverson, do you have prior law enforcement experience?
I do.
Can you tell us what that involved?
I was a police officer, field training officer, and patrol sergeant for the town of Johnston, Rhode Island.
Johnson, Rhode Island?
Yes, sir.
When you were in Rhode Island and working as law enforcement, were you certified and qualified under Rhode Island state guidelines for law enforcement?
Yes, I was.
When you came here to Florida, did you have to go back to the police academy, or how did that work?
I attended the state of Florida, the equivalency of training academy for the state of Florida, basically to get myself certified with specific Florida certification required by the CJSDC.
Once you completed that, did you begin employment with TPD, or did you have any other employment?
No, I was pretty much immediately hired by TPD after being certified in the state of Florida.
How long have you been with TPD, Tampa Police Department?
About 15 years.
15 years. And how long in the homicide division?
About 5.
Have you maintained, or do you maintain any type of certifications or qualifications as far as your law enforcement status here in Florida on an annual basis?
Yes, I do.
Do you receive training? Do you attend training in reference to your job as a homicide detective?
Yes, I do.
I'll call your attention, Detective, to the early morning hours of June 23rd, 2024. Were you summoned to a homicide scene here in the city of Tampa?
Yes, I was.
Where were you coming from when you arrived at that scene?
I was called from my home.
Who summons you to that scene?
Detective Sergeant Rachel Cholnick.
And for homicide, is that the way it works? If it's after hours or before hours, are you summoned normally from your residence?
Yes.
So if it's in the middle of the night, early morning, and you're at home asleep, you're going to get woke up and told you need to come to a scene.
That's correct.
Is that what happened here?
Yes, sir.
Detective, Sergeant Detective Rachel Cholnick, is she one of the supervisors of the homicide division?
Yes, she is.
Was there at the time another sergeant detective who was also a supervisor of homicide?
Yes.
And did those two supervisors rotate duties?
Yes, they do.
When you arrived on scene, do you remember what time it was?
It was approximately 6:50 in the morning.
When you got there, arrived there, were there other officers there?
Yes, there were.
Were there uniformed officers there?
Yes, there were.
Were there detectives there?
Yes.
Were there crime scene detectives or technicians there, or did they come shortly thereafter?
I don't recall if they were on scene upon my arrival, but if they weren't, they would have came shortly thereafter.
So when you arrive at the scene, what do you do first?
The first thing that I do once I arrive at the scene is I enter the scene from the northmost portion of the scene and reported to Detective Sergeant Cholnick so I could get briefed on what investigations had been conducted prior to homicide's arrival on the scene. That way I could best assist and triage what needed to be done in my role as the scene investigator.
Other than you and Sergeant Cholnick, were there any other homicide detectives there at the scene?
Yes, Detective Matthew Kirkpatrick, who assisted with the scene investigation, was on scene at that time.
Was Detective Juan Ramos there on scene?
When I initially arrived, he was not. He was at another location where a vehicle had been, an involved vehicle had been recovered in another location that was not there at that scene.
All right. Was that a Nissan Altima?
I believe so, yes.
At some point while you were there that morning, did Detective Ramos come on scene?
Yes, he did.
Were you given an assignment by Detective Sergeant Rachel Cholnick in this case?
Yes, I was.
What were you assigned to?
I was assigned as one of the scene detectives.
Was Detective Kirkpatrick assigned to assist you in some way?
Yes, he was.
Other than working the scene, were you asked to do other or fulfill other roles in this case?
Later in the investigation, there was a vehicle that I assisted with seizing as evidence, and then as well as conducting the interview in Jacksonville, Florida.
So in this investigation, you worked the scene. Were you summoned to a residence in Polk County at some point?
Yes, I was.
And did you also, with Detective Kirkpatrick, travel to Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about the homicide unit at the Tampa Police Department, just briefly. So you were given this assignment. Was there another detective who was assigned as the lead detective in the case?
Yes, there were.
Who was that?
Detective Juan Ramos.
And was Detective Aaron Campbell also assigned in some capacity to either assist him or to be a co-lead in the case?
Yes, he was. He was assigned as the assistant lead investigator.
These assignments of duties or division of duties, is that something that's common with homicides and the treatment of homicides by the unit, by the homicide unit?
Within the Tampa Police Department, yes, that's the way we're set up.
Would it be fair to say the unit works as a team when investigating a homicide?
Very much so, yes, sir.
In this case, you were assigned as one of the two scene detectives.
That's correct, yes, sir.
After being assigned to that or given that assignment, did you at some point walk the scene or at least observe the scene?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention that there was a disabled motor vehicle in some portion of the scene that may have firearm damage to it?
Yes.
Did you go to the area of that motor vehicle?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you a few photographs. This is stage 7, is it? Right. It's not. Okay. Your Honor, we would tender stage 7A through 7, I believe it's T. 7A is an alpha through T is in tango. Read the photographs.
Mr. Gonzalez, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Petratus?
No objection.
Admitted.
Publishing stage 7A. Detective, is this the disabled motor vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And did you see damage to that motor vehicle that was consistent with gunfire?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with damage to motor vehicles from gunfire?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen that in other investigations as a homicide detective?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen that in other investigations where you were working in a law enforcement capacity, in some other capacity, either patrol or some other investigative capacity?
Yes, sir.
Stage 7B, B is in Bravo. Do you see damage to the windshield of the motor vehicle?
Yes, I do.
In fact, are there several spots where there appears to be damage?
Yes, sir.
And is there a overall or holistic damage to that windshield of cracking?
Yes, sir.
The spots that are marked by the yellow markers in the scene, first of all, what are those yellow markers?
Those are evidence markers with scales. They're a sticker, basically, that's used specifically for the purpose of marking things on a surface, such as a motor vehicle.
When you say scale, what do you mean by that?
So a photographic scale. So if you do a close-up photo of the damage, in this case, with the sticker, it'll give you a measurement of that damage based on the scale within the camera itself when you view the picture.
And I'm zooming in a little bit on some of the damage to the front of the windshield. The white markings with the center hole, would that appear to you to be damage left by a bullet or a projectile that's passing through the windshield?
Yes, sir.
Stage 7C. What portion is reflected of the Dodge Charger in this photograph?
It's the front windshield as well as the hood of the vehicle.
So zoom in on the hood. Do you see damage to the sheet metal on the hood that you believe is consistent with damage caused by gunfire?
Yes, sir.
Would these oval or streak-like divots, would that be the damage?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where I'm pointing with my pen.
Yes, sir.
Stage 7D as in Delta. Is this a portion of the windshield?
Yes, it is, sir.
And these items down here on the bottom would be the windshield wiper, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Same holes we were talking about earlier in the glass?
Yes, sir.
I want to draw your attention to this hole now in the middle of the screen. Do you see red substance on the inside of the streaking down on the inside of the windshield?
I do, sir.
Does that appear to be some type of substance that was liquid and may have dried?
Yes, sir.
Would that be consistent in your experience with blood?
It is.
And around the hole going into the windshield, do you see red substance?
Yes, it is.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Stage 7G is in golf. Would this be the front hood?
Yes.
Front hood of the car? All
Yes,
right.
sir.
So down here on the bottom of the photograph, the bottom of the hood, we see, would you agree with me that appears to be damage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then we have this sticker crossing across the seam of the hood and the front grille. And then over here we have the same. Is that marking damage?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When a car like this is transported to your impound lot, and this was transported to your impound lot at some point,
Yes, it was.
is there some item that's placed over that seam to prevent it from coming open and to mark it as being closed at the time that the collection of the vehicle occurred?
Yes, there is.
Do you see that item in this photograph?
I do. It's on the left side of the photograph, the white square that says evidence on it.
And that's utilized to ensure the integrity of the car is maintained during transport?
Yes, sir. Those are placed on there pretty much anywhere where there's a seam, the doors, the hood, trunk, stuff of that nature to ensure that the vehicle remains sealed to protect the continuity of evidence.
Stage 7H, H is in hotel. Would this be the passenger side of the car?
Yes, sir.
Were there impacts to the passenger side of the car and also to the window, the passenger side window?
Yes, there was, sir.
Did they appear to be or have been caused by gunfire?
Yes, sir.
Do we see those white evidence markers on the seams of the doors?
Yes, sir. There's one at the seam in between the front door, basically the B pillar of the vehicle, and then one at the would be basically the C pillar at the seam of the rear door.
Okay. This would be the B pillar
That's correct.
and C pillar.
Yes, sir.
Do we see damage here on the front of the front passenger door?
Yes, sir.
Damage on the rear passenger door,
Yes, sir.
rear passenger windows,
Yes, sir.
and rear quarter panel.
Yes, sir.
passenger rear quarter panel. Is there damage to the length of the passenger side where there may be paint transfers?
Yes.
State 7O is an Oscar. What side of the car is this?
That is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Do we again see some type of damage to this side of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Is the front driver's side tire appear to be damaged?
Yes, it does.
Is it flat?
Yes, sir.
Are there impacts noted on this side of the car from gunfire?
Yes, sir.
And is the rear driver's side window appear to be, or driver's door window, rear passenger door of the driver's side, does the window of that door appear to be affected?
It does.
Does it appear damaged?
Yes, it does.
Stage 7P is in Papa. Do you see marked damage?
I do.
Is that consistent with gunfire?
It is.
And do you see damage along the length of the car?
Yes, sir. It appears to be some type of paint transfer.
Did your investigation at the scene take you to the southern end where the entrance is located to the home to suites?
It did.
So I'm going to move to introduce states 8A through 8O.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sinardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Contreras?
No objection.
Submitted.
Publishing states 8A is an alpha. Can you tell us what this photograph depicts?
Yes, sir. This is the very southern portion of the crime scene itself. That's depicting the front entrance and portico area of the home to suites.
During this incident, and was there video later recovered where you were able to view the actual shooting?
Yes, sir.
Was there a motor vehicle parked in this position?
Yes, sir.
Did it receive damage?
It did.
Was that motor vehicle, did your investigation reveal it was owned by an employee of the hotel?
Yes, sir, it did.
Over to the side or corner of the hotel, where I'm pointing, there is, would you agree with me, a Lexus SUV?
Yes, sir.
And around that or in front of it are numerous yellow cones.
That's correct.
Evidence markers?
They are, yes, sir.
And are they marking items of evidence?
Yes, sir.
What were those items?
Predominantly shell casings, bullet fragments, jacketing, metal fragments.
Were there numerous shell casings found in that area?
There were, yes, sir.
And did your investigation reveal what type of shell casings as far as what caliber?
9mm by 19.
So consistent with being fired in a 9mm handgun?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Glock brand handguns?
Yes, sir.
Would it be consistent with ammunition that had been fired in a 9mm chambered or caliber Glock handgun?
Yes, sir.
Were those shell casings collected by the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
States 8B, B is in Bravo. In the foreground of this photograph, we see the markers you've just discussed in the back or the top of the photograph, but in the foreground, there's a marker 23. Is there more projectiles or what appear to be part of a projectile air located in that scene?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And the yellow cones that mark the areas where the 9mm shell casings, and you said maybe some projectiles?
Either projectiles or fragments of metal or fragments from the jacketing of the projectiles themselves, yes, sir.
And the fragments could be from the motor vehicles that were hit?
Yes, sir.
Glass, metal?
I believe most of the fragments that were recovered in this area were all metal, so most likely from the sheet metal of vehicles being struck.
And those cones are extending underneath the portico?
Yes, they are, sir.
So were there items found up this close to the portico?
Yes.
States 8C. C is in Charlie. In this photograph, do we see those same cones from a different perspective?
Yes, sir.
Are some of them in front of the Lexus?
Yes, they are.
And are some of them leading into or underneath the portico?
Yes.
Now, we also see in the portico yellow tape that has been stretched across the portico.
Yes, sir.
And if we look to the right-hand side of the photograph, there's more tape being extended out. Was this crime scene by the time you arrived, had it been secured, and was it being monitored for security purposes to keep people out of the crime scene?
Yes, it was, sir.
The crime scene tape, why is that put up?
It's a physical barrier to prevent unauthorized people from entering into the scene.
States 8D is in Delta. Did there appear to be in the scene, leading from the area of the portico, did there appear to be some deposit that was left in a streaking formation, maybe some type of liquid?
Yes, sir.
And does that liquid, does it curve around in this roadway, and is it consistent in a northerly direction up the side of the hotel?
Yes, it is.
And is it consistent all the way to the Dodge Charger?
Yes, sir. That fluid trail terminates at the final resting place of the Dodge Charger.
Did it appear to you in your investigation that the fluid was leaking from damage caused to the Dodge Charger?
Yes, sir.
Some type of automotive fluid?
Yes, sir.
Also, in this area where I'm pointing, which would be to the middle left of the photograph, there appears to be a tree. Can't really tell, maybe a live oak or a laurel oak. It sits in an area with landscape stones. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, there is a fairly good amount or deposits of those landscaping stones that are outside of the barriers of that curb.
That's correct.
In viewing the videos that were collected from the scene during the shooting, did it appear that a motor vehicle may have passed up over that curb?
Yes, it did.
And may have dragged the stones off of the area?
Yes, sir.
States 8E is an echo. What direction is this photograph where the camera pointed in?
That would be oriented your view as if you're looking to the northwest.
And were there parking spots up and down this portion of the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Other than the shell casings that we've talked about, the 9mm shell casings, in this crime scene, were there any other types of shell casings located?
No, sir, there were not.
Any rifle shell casings?
No, sir.
Any 5.56 NATO caliber shell casings?
No, sir.
Any 223 Remington? Any 300 blackout shell casings?
No, sir.
This area by the Mercedes SUV over here to the left, was this area searched for
Yes.
shell casings?
Yes, it was.
In the videos that were collected in this case, were you able to see locations of different people firing a handgun and rifles?
Yes, sir.
And were those areas where those people were seen in the video, were they searched to see if there were any shell casings in those areas?
Yes, they were.
Was this entire area searched for shell casings?
Yes, it was.
Going up towards the north, in this parking lot, along this line of parking spaces, we see a car here that's kind of faced at a slightly different direction.
Yes, sir.
Do the parking spaces start angling slowly to the north as they go around this corner here?
Yes, they do.
And then somewhere in this area, is there a charging station?
Yes, there is.
In your investigation, did you notice that there was a Tesla motor vehicle sitting there?
Yes, sir.
In that charging station?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that, Mr. Harmon? Please continue questioning through Exhibit 8. When you're done with Exhibit 8, then we'll break for the evening, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. States 8F is in Foxtrot. Looking at this photograph, what are we seeing? What direction is the photograph?
So that is
Witnesses in that regardless, they would like to be here to support their son both as defendants and then later in the county phase. Provide mitigation only, but it's up for us.
State, do you object?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. With no objection from the state, so that's fine. Mr. Chance's parents, but you need to just make sure, and you'd have discussion with them, that they're not to relay anything to anybody what they view as far as what occurs in this trial. Okay? I don't know, you guys talk about it. If the state doesn't object, I don't care. Just let me know that you all have reached an agreement. Make sure you've told whoever it is if you could agree. If you do not agree, I guess you need to look for case law. We'll discuss it. Okay? Okay, thank you. See you all tomorrow morning. Begin promptly at 9 a.m.
Low key, niggas hating cause they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we gon' eat.